Not worry about all the trash talk. We can win national championships.
Coach Bowden mentioned this, that they play to the echo of the whistle. If they're going to hit after the whistle, we need to do that too. This game may be a different game if the rules are different.
After our ball game with Florida, Steve said that we were dirty, I was dirty. Does that get on me? Not if I win.
I was confident. Really, it's not the player's position to question the refs or anything about the types of play. That was always been the coach's position. I worry about what I have to worry about.
Intensity, war, all out.
This is going to be a chance to go around and wear a ring and brag and say we #1.
The national championship means everything. Nothing else is acceptable.
Contrast between the event and the place. Some of the reminders of a gentler time still accent the facade of the city they call the Big Easy on the Big Muddy. It's a place for good food, good music, good time. Oh, New Orleans, site of the Louisiana Superdome, where tonight 2 college football teams from Florida will play for the Division 1A championship. ABC Sports presents the Nokia Sugar Bowl, matching the #3 Florida Gators and the #1 Florida State Seminoles. Hello again, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm Keith Jackson, and as they say in Acadiana, I am very happy for you to see me. The bottom line of this game that's about to take place tonight is this. The national championship is Florida State's to lose, because #2 Arizona State fell yesterday in the Rose Bowl to Ohio State. If #3 Florida should win the ball game, then there'll be 5 teams with 1 loss, and we'll have a great big argument. A lot of things have happened in the recent days, including some interesting rhetoric. John Saunders and Todd Blackledge will have some comments on that, among other things, from the Nokia Sugar Bowl in a moment.
19 is even bigger because of the storied history of the coaches plus their rivalry.
Well, and the controversy began when the teams first hit town, the verbal barbs going back and forth, and it all revolved around a videotape that Steve Spurrier put together and provided for us. And in this videotape, he thinks it proves that Florida State plays beyond the rules and tried to hurt his quarterback. Now, personally, I don't think Florida State teaches or plays dirty football. They are very aggressive. There were 2 roughing the passer penalties called in the game, and a couple more could have been. Steve's contention is if you watched Alabama the next week, their kids clearly pulled away from the quarterback when the ball was gone. Steve thinks this is the way you're supposed to play defensive football.
There's a lot of T-shirts around town. Enough talk. It's time to play ball. It is indeed. But these coaches still had plenty to say about this controversy.
Coach Bowden mentioned this, that they play to the echo of the whistle. You know, I was always taught you stop on the whistle. So if they're going to hit through the whistle and hit you right a little bit after the whistle, we need to know that, because we need to do that too.
After our ball game with Florida, Steve said that we were dirty, I was dirty, Mickey Andrews, our defensive coordinator, were dirty, that our kids hit late continually, and then after the Alabama game, I think he repeated it. How does it affect the game? I don't think it'll affect it any.
I spent some time with Steve Spurrier. He didn't tell me this, but my impression was perhaps he wanted the officials to be more aware of this.
I think Johnny was trying to put a bug in the officials' ear and also indirectly challenge his football team to step it up physically. The last time these teams played, the Gators got pushed all over the field, and I talked to Steve yesterday on the practice field, and he told me he expected his team to show up tonight with a little nastier attitude, and I think he's saying, look guys, this team Florida State will line up and smack you in the mouth. We have to be prepared to do the same thing.
But the question is, what does this mean to Florida State? Could it backfire on Steve Spurrier?
Well, it could. If I'm a Florida State player, I'm listening to all this and I'm saying, hey, wait a minute, this coach and this team doesn't respect the fact that we have a good football team and we beat the Florida Gators. It's not going to slow me down. It's going to make me play harder.
We'll hear plenty more from Steve Spurrier at halftime. We're just about ready for this one. It's going to be a terrific matchup. The last time #1 was at stake, this time the national championship. The 2 seniors try to lead them. We'll come back with Dick and Bob after this.
The river of adrenaline runs pretty deep right now at the Superdome in New Orleans. As we continue those moments just before the Nokia Sugar Bowl game is about to be played, joining me now, Bob Griese, who is also very happy for you to see him.
I'm glad you get to see me.
We are in a circumstance here, as we mentioned at the very beginning, where we'll have, if Florida should win tonight, 5 teams with 1 loss. Possibility of a split vote in the polls exists, though the Gators don't agree at all.
Wait a minute, Hoss. If the Gators win, they're going to be a hard time convincing them that they aren't number 1, I'll guarantee you.
Absolutely. And they are convinced, I think, as they come in, that they can reverse it.
Well, that's true. And the keys for tonight's game for Florida, first of all, Keith, they first of all have got to protect Danny Wuerffel. They've got to do a better job than they did the last time. Wuerffel has led the nation in touchdown passes the last 2 years. This is the highest scoring offense in the country. He was sacked 6 times in the last game with Florida State. He was battered and bruised and mentally scarred. Gets 2 offensive linemen back for him. That'll help. The other thing for the Gators, they have to slow down, not stop. They got to slow down Warrick Dunn. Nobody can stop him. In the last game against this group, he rushed for 183 yards on the ground. He always shows up big in the big games, especially against the Gators. He's small, only 5'9", about 185 pounds. He can hurt you on the ground, and he can also hurt you catching balls out of the backfield. 183 yards on the ground, another 4 catches. He was over 200 yards through the air. The key is slowing him down, Keith.
All right, now field position is, I think, going to be more an advantage for Thad Busby, maybe, in the kind of offense that he works in rather than Danny Wuerffel.
You're right. If you talk about the keys for Florida State, if Dunn doesn't have the kind of day that you'd hope him to have, and I don't think he might have that kind of game, you got to have Thad Busby. He's got to step up and have a good game. He's been inconsistent this year. He's been hot and he's been cold. And as Bobby Bowden, his coach, said, we don't ask him to necessarily win the game, just don't lose the game for us. And I think he's going to have to step up and play. And if he doesn't, I think we might see Dan Kinder, the backup quarterback. The other thing that Florida State needs to do defensively, they need to dominate the line of scrimmage. Their defense needs to take this game over. They need to dominate. They're the best defensive line in the country. They led the nation in quarterback sacks with 67 this year. They need to create some turnovers. They need to create good field position for the Florida State offense.
We might tell you right now, though, that Peter Boulware and Darrell Bush are both suffering with some symptoms of the flu. But right now, here come the Florida Gators out of Gainesville. The Southeastern Conference champions in '96, 11-1. They won that championship for a 4th straight season. They're ranked number 3 in the national poll. Steve Spurrier, their coach in his 7th season. And now here come the Seminoles, the number 1 team in the country. The Noles have won 5 straight ACC titles. Bobby Bowden in his 21st year. We'll have the lineups and the kickoff in a moment from the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
The Ford Division pregame report has been brought to you by the Ford F-150, strength after strength after strength, and Nike.
What, am I talking to myself?
This is for my grandfather, who always said I'd make the family proud. For my mom, who never let me out the door without my homework. For my dad, who worked the night shift to make our lives better. For myself, for my future. Be all that you can.
Get a big screen TV at a price you won't lose any sleep over. Circuit City. You can't get a lower price. We guarantee it.
2019. And the national championship is the prize in the Nokia Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. Now, here is Lynn Swann with the coach of the top-ranked Florida State Seminoles, Bobby Bowden.
Thank you very much, Keith. Coach Bowden, this is like a little series. It's part 2. You got the same cast. Can you play the same kind of football game?
Well, we're going to have to. We're going to have to get some pressure on Danny Wuerffel, or he will kill you. And we got to make some things happen.
I found out you got a number of your players are down with a little illness. Tell me about those players.
Well, Daryl Bush has had a hard time holding anything on his stomach. Just slight flu, not big flu, but I don't think he's eaten anything all day, so we've given him a few IVs trying to keep him healthy.
Give me your one key for this ball game, Coach.
One key for the ball game, we need to make more big plays than them, because there should be a lot of big plays.
Coach, thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you, buddy. Good to see you.
We also had a chance to ask Steve Spurrier earlier what he thought would be the keys that this game would hinge on.
It'll be the crucial plays, the block punts or a special team play or maybe an interception, turnover, a fumble. One of those type plays that could either help you or go against you.
The flip card.
The Florida Gators won the toss. They deferred, and that's news in itself because oftentimes Steve Spurrier wants that ball right at the beginning, but he's going to give it to Florida State as Matt Teague will kick it off. And deep to return it for Florida State will be Lavernus Coles and Jermaine Stringer. And there's a bit of brave boldness in this because Coles and Stringer are both freshmen. This is about the biggest ball game those two youngsters have ever been involved in so far in their young lives. Matt Teague, 97 kickoffs, 40 of them have resulted in touchbacks this season. So obviously he's got a strong leg, and the elements are controlled here. It's a high-hanging kick going to the goal line, where it's taken by Coles. He's the track man. He's the burner. He's belted to the ground at the 13-yard line. And that's where the Florida State Seminoles will start with Thad Busby coming in at quarterback. Busby is... he's got a bad number up there, that 12 interceptions. He doesn't like it, but he thinks he's playing better now than he has been playing. And of course, you can't talk about Florida State offense without talking about number 28, Warrick Dunn, the native of Baton Rouge. He will go over 4,000 yards tonight almost surely. He's had 3 consecutive 1,000-yard seasons. And the Seminoles get Andre Cooper back healthy from a knee injury at wide receiver. He's a big receiver, 6'2" and about 195 pounds. So from the 13, the Noles go to work as Busby sets up and goes deep. He's got a big one downfield. It is caught by Andre Cooper. And Cooper is at the 31-yard line of Florida for a first down. Red Weary, the cornerback, couldn't stop the completion, but he stopped the touchdown.
Well, Keith, you talk about what are they doing differently? On the first play of the game, the Gators blitz to stop the run. Florida State is ready for it. They're going big time down the field. An excellent throw and catch. A great way to start for the Noles.
A 55-yard reception, pass and run, and they put it actually on the 32 of Florida. First down for the Seminoles. And Pooh Bear Williams looking for the snap signal because it is very noisy. It is Warrick Dunn having a little trouble getting around the corner, and he won't make the corner. He's going to go out of bounds with about a yard or maybe 2-yard loss. The offensive front for the Florida State Seminoles is a good, solid group. Todd Fordham has had an outstanding season. Marcus Long is a good one. Walter Jones can be a great one in time. The defensive front for the Gators, Reggie McGrew, is a redshirt freshman who's growing in stature. He's improved steadily through the season, coming off an ankle injury. It is Khalid Abdullah in the backfield right now. The pass is thrown out to him from a slot position, and Abdullah will get it down inside the 25 to about the 24. Remember that Rock Preston is off the team. He's no longer a member of the team, and that's why Abdullah has been moved up in the order. The Florida linebackers led by James Bates, the leading tackler on the team this season. He's a horse in the middle. And the secondary for the Gators is a very, very good one. There really isn't a weakness in that group.
3 of the players there, Keith, were all conference players, those defensive backs.
So it is 3rd down and 3 right now. As they work out of the shotgun, hand the ball inside, and it is Warrick Dunn, who's at 5'9", 182 or 3 pounds, sort of disappeared in the pile as Ed Chester and Reggie McGrew got to him in a hurry. And it's going to be 4th down and about 2 now.
Take a look at Steve Spurrier, only 2 and 3 in bowl games. His record against Bobby Bowden is not much better.
Decision being made here by Florida State is what are we going to do? And on 4th down and 2, they're going to go. Now here comes some more of the Bowden trickery here as new people come racing onto the field, and they turn and they give the ball to the big guy, Pooh Bear Williams, the 280-pound fullback. He's hit by Mike Peterson, a linebacker, and Peterson stopped him short of the 1st down. So they take a chance instead of trying for 3, and they don't make it.
Keith, what they did was they substituted late. They got their short yardage offense in there, the big blockers, and before Florida could get their big people in on short yardage defense, it didn't make any difference. Florida stopped them with the personnel they had on the field.
So here come the Gators now for their first play of the ball game. From the 23-yard line, 1st down, Elijah Williams opens up at the tailback position for the Gators. And here you see some new formations now. They'll pop a man out of there. That's Williams going in motion, and they've got 3 wideouts as they go to work out of the shotgun. You didn't see this a whole lot in Tallahassee, but you'll see it a lot tonight. The pass was thrown very quickly to Riddell Anthony, thrown a little bit behind him, and he could not reel it in. Now, Danny Wuerffel has had one of those kind of seasons that you tell your grandchildren about. He's won every kind of honor there is. He's had a remarkable career. However, he is 1-3-1 against Florida State in his career. The backs and receivers, of course, 18 touchdowns this season for Riddell Anthony. That is an NCAA record. He's had 11 straight receptions for touchdown. 11 in a row in games for touchdowns. So he's had a terrific season. Wuerffel again has time, and when you give him time, he'll pick your bones. Jaquez Green, the little guy, 5'9", 163, taken down by Byron Capers, but you can move the chains at the 1st down. This is the group right here that has to play a good football game for the Florida Gators. Ryan Kalick and Donnie Young are the only constants in that entire offensive front.
Wiley Rich is the key, Keith. The previous game, they had 5 sacks up the middle.
They truly miss Jeff Mitchell in there at the center position.
There's no question about that.
Huge loss when he went down with a bad leg and is out for the year. Seminoles are in the neutral zone. In fact, they're across the line, and Wuerffel has a free play to Ike Hilliard. And Hilliard with a big play down inside the Florida State 40-yard line. Penalty will be on Boulware, trying to anticipate, and Danny Wuerffel changed up the count on him and trapped him.
Boulware was one of the players that was not feeling well before the ball game. The middle linebacker Bush and Boulware both had flu-like symptoms, and they caught him offsides.
Offside on the defense. The penalty's refused.
That's Mr. Randy Crystal. He's the referee heading a Big 12 officiating crew. The Florida State linebackers, Darrell Bush is the other man Bob mentioned who's been having some health problems. Crawford and Crockett are solid. The defensive secondary for Florida State, the 2 corners are going to have a busy night. That's a given. You know that. They're really going to have to play tonight against this bunch of wide receivers from Florida. This is the running back, Williams. And Williams will pick up about 1 yard to the 38-yard line. So we're now beginning to settle down a little bit. The first 5 minutes, I didn't really have time to warn you that you probably ought to move a yard or 2 away from your television set because some shrapnel might come flying. I mean, these people were so high when they came out tonight. It was unbelievable.
Well,
and the crowd that's stuffed the dome pretty high themselves. It's a rematch, but Oh my goodness, what a prize is waiting to be claimed. From the 38-yard line, 2nd down and 9. Pass down the middle, and it is incomplete. Anthony running a crossing pattern. He was available, but Wuerffel couldn't find him. Boulware was right in Wuerffel's face.
Florida's run 5 or 6 offensive plays, and every one of them, Wuerffel has been in the shotgun. One running play, the rest were pass plays. Take a look at Boulware, who led the nation in sacks, number 58. Gets a piece of his heels. This is what Spurrier wants to do, Keith. He wants to play pitch and catch. It's an ideal situation.
3rd down and 9. Wuerffel down, drills the ball into the 15, right between the 1 and the 5, and Anthony has another catch. And that will be a 1st down. Just getting underway in the Nokia Sugar Bowl at the Superdome in New Orleans. We played just a little more than 4 minutes. And it's 1st down, Gators, from the 29-yard line of Florida State.
Checking off.
Wuerffel looking, penalty flag thrown, goes to the end zone, catch is made. Let's check the flag. Referee has called touchdown. The linesman coming over to talk to him. Let's see what the linesman offers in the conversation. It's going to be a holding against Florida, I'm pretty sure. And that's going to take away a touchdown. The Gators lost a touchdown in the game in Tallahassee.
Illegal formation on the offense.
Illegal formation is called.
In the previous spot, and we'll replay 1st down.
So that'll bring it back, and they lose the touchdown. So the Noles get a break. Steve Spurrier came to the operational meeting himself yesterday. He attended the meeting with Randy Crystal yesterday. Chuck Amato, the assistant head coach, did it for Florida State, but Spurrier himself was there. First time anybody could remember a head coach coming.
Exactly. I think that the penalty for that, like Keith, I don't think there are enough men on the line. I don't know whether they call the tackle that's closest to us over here on this side.
So he's way back, isn't he?
You have to have 7 men on the line of scrimmage.
So they lose it on that call, and it's 1st and 15.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Ball is at the 34-yard line of Florida State. Pressure coming. Wuerffel's passes away. Pass is caught by Hilliard. And he makes the reception down at about the 17-yard line, and that's the 1st down.
The difference in this ball game early on, Keith, is that Wuerffel is getting the ball off. The rush is getting there, but it's getting there a tad late. And it's the shotgun that's giving him time to see it and release it. He's throwing the ball real early. A shotgun, he sees how much time he has, and he just throws it out there, gives it a little air. He is outstanding with his touch.
1st down, Gators, no 17-yard line, no score. Wuerffel's pass thrown to the corner of the end zone. It is way beyond the intended receiver, and you get a penalty flag as Riddell Anthony was trying to break toward the ball. The defender would not let him do it. It was Troy Sanders, and it gets a flag. So Troy Saunders it is, not Sanders, Saunders commits the foul, and it appears at least he was the one who committed the foul, because that's where the flag was thrown.
Pass interference on the defense. Automatic 1st down.
So it is 1st and goal to go for the Florida Gators at the 9-yard line.
Lower right corner is the interference. Wuerffel threw that ball so quickly that he was just trying to jam him. You know, whether it's catchable or not, I think if he hadn't jammed, he could have run under it. So you can't say that.
He didn't give him a chance to get to it.
Yeah, that's right.
So 1st and goal, they stay in the shotgun. From the 9, Wuerffel.
Here they come.
Into the corner, he's there. It's too long. It was Anthony, and the ball was about a yard over his head.
Keith, what you're seeing is the best of Spurrier. He's had a month to plan and scheme and plan for this game. He is outstanding on the opening drive of a ball game. During the season, when he has only a week, he takes the best plays and puts them in that first offensive drive. They've scored a lot on their opening drives this year.
Second down and goal from the 9 for the Gators. Into the end zone, Hilliard. No flags. This time, touchdown.
Well, if you blitz, and that's what they're doing, you leave one-on-one. The receiver, Hilliard, is just going to run a little post pattern to the wide side of the field. From the shotgun, you've got a feel on how much time you've got. He lays it to the inside. That's like stealing right there. You've got to put pressure. You can't cover Wuerffel in this system. You've got to put pressure on Wuerffel.
Flags all over the place, and while they sort this out, let me tell you who the rest of the officials are, because they're going to earn their money tonight. Randy Crystal, the referee, John Davidson, the umpire, Carl Johnson, the linesman, line judge Roger Rogers, Scott Cook, the field judge, side judge is Phil Laurie, Willie Weisbrook is the back judge, Tom Allers is the alternate. Florida comes in as the most penalized team in the SEC. Florida State comes in the most penalized team in the ACC. Florida has 1,095 yards on 125 flags this season. That is a lot. But as Steve says, it's a lot of ticky-tack stuff. It's 5 yards here and 5 yards there and missed formations and things like that. And the kick is up, and the kick is good by Bart Edmiston, who himself is quite a story, who's back healthy now and able to do the kicking.
9 plays, all from the shotgun. They just didn't get there quick enough. If you don't get to Wuerffel, you're going to get burned.
.9:48 to go in the first quarter, and the Florida Gators get on the board first. I think, Bob, this is a key time in the whole scheme of things in this ball game. Florida State right here needs to answer.
Well, Florida State opening drive, had a nice drive, took it down to the 20 and went for it on 4th down. Maybe a field goal getting on the board would have been the right thing to do.
That's in the end zone. It'll not be returned, and the Noles will start at their 20, first down. Join us on America Online for live interactive play-by-play stats of today's ball game and tonight's game, to be absolute on it. The keyword ABC Sports on America Online. Hubert Williams and Warwick Dunn will be in the backfield for Florida State. Their opening play of the game was a long pass to Andre Cooper. This is their second possession. Gators got them all up there. And the play clock goes to 0. And Florida State has burned the clock. That's what they've done. That'll cost them 5 yards. They were concerned with something over on the right side as Florida sent 10 people up.
Delay on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty. It remains first down.
You can see
Please
Kevin
put
Long.
9:48 on the game clock.
Kevin Long kept motioning to somebody on the right side because they had loaded the top side of the defensive alignment.
Still, the offense going in after a kickoff should have no problem getting the ball snapped within 25 seconds.
They're going to reset the clock. I think Randy said put
the game clock.
Game clock.
Yeah.
Put some time back on it. He wants 9:48 on it, and now he's got it, and we'll go ahead and play the game. In the overall series, Florida leads 24-14 and 2, but that's deceptive because things have changed in recent years as Florida State's program, which is in its 50th anniversary this year, has emerged under the leadership of Bowden, and certainly Florida has emerged under the leadership of Spurrier, who was the winningest Gator coach ever.
Florida has only won 2 of the last 11 in this series, Keith. There's been one tie.
Busby throwing again. Looks like the same play. It is Messam down underneath the ball, and he can't reel it in. Defending is Fred Weary. So this time Weary doesn't let the man get past him as he did in the first play. He kept him within reach, and he knocked it away.
This Florida defense is pretty darn gone good. We talk about the FSU defense. Florida is ranked in every category in the nation. Bob Stoops came in this year from Kansas State and said, Steve is great to work for. He just turns it over, lets me run the defense.
It is second down and 15. Busby throws it again. He's got a man coming back into the middle of the field. That's Cooper with his second catch of the ball game. Trying to get a little wide receiver screen going in the middle. And got something out of it up to about the 24-yard line.
I think the reasoning why Florida State is throwing, Keith, and they're throwing on first down, is that the Gators are out there with one thing on their mind: stop Warrick Dunn from running. So the Seminoles are throwing to get their mind off of it. And then later on, they're going to come back with Dunn.
Third down and 6. Busby's pass is good to Messam. Messam curling back inside. Gets enough momentum out of the turn to pick up a first down up near the 35-yard line with Antone Lott there defending.
There's no question that this is good thinking on the part of the Seminoles. Busby's got to step up. He's got to take some pressure off the running game. Warrick Dunn. Charlie Ward's the old roommate. And no question about it.
Out of the shotgun, Busby rolls, gets some room, got a man open. He's good to Green. E.G. Green goes out of bounds inside the 30-yard line. First down, Seminoles at the Gator 28.
Danny Cannell last year, Charlie Ward a few years ago. This was a pass offense first. Now it's been run with Warrick Dunn. But they're opening up, and Busby is stepping up. They've got everybody open downfield. Good game planning.
So another big play for the Gators, and they put him back on the chalk back at the 31-yard line, and Busby rolling to the right, goes underneath with it, and the pass is incomplete, and that one was not very pretty. It was intended for Dugan's number 80, and he really had no chance to catch it.
This is the second time these two teams have played in 33 days. Spurrier changed to the shotgun and went right down the field and scored. The Noles are opening up, throwing on first down, rolling out right and left and throwing deep to get some running room for Warrick Dunn.
Busby now 5 out of 7 in his passing for 119 yards. 8.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. 7-0. Florida leads. FSU trying to respond, and whistles again stop them. And timeout is charged. Pompano Beach, Florida, with Captain Larry Chambers was with us. But the fog, which has been a real problem around the New Orleans area for a week. The Stars and Stripes is at rest at the moment. Steve Spurrier, oh, he's wound tight. Ooh.
He's paying attention. His defense is on the field. He usually lets Bob Stoops take care of the defense.
So the ball is on the 32-yard line, second down and 10 for Florida State. And Busby is in the shotgun. Gives him 4 wide out. Gets it off. Passes just off the hands of Lavernus Coles, number 7. Coles is 6'1", and I mean a burner. but that ball was thrown hard and high.
Well, and he's a young'un, Keith. He's just a true freshman, a running back that's working at wide receiver this year, and he'll be better and better, but he probably got that one in a little bit too far to the inside of the field.
The veteran Andre Cooper is back on the field now. He has 2 catches. He's at the top of the picture for you. Number 1. It is 3rd and 10. Heck, go the other way with it. And they will not get a first down out of it. The ball comes down to the 25 as Wayne Messam makes that short reception. And they'll be looking at 4th down and about 3.5 yards. So Scott Bentley will come on as Bobby Bowden wants to see some numbers on his share of the scoreboard. He will try a field goal. He's had a great year. The ball's going to be spotted down at the 33. It will be a 43-yard kick. In the season, he's 16 of 18. He's got plenty of leg for this, and it is good. So Bentley pops one through for the Seminoles at 7:49 first quarter, 7-3 Gators.
Slamming, wicked, headbanging taste of dew.
And here we go with Florida State getting on the board to make it a 7-3 ball game. Florida leading. Bentley will kick off for the Noles. Hilliard and Williams waiting for it for the Gators. It's a short kick. It's very high, and it's taken by Hilliard at about the 12. Look out. Up, they got him at the 40. He was about a step and a half away from taking off. On the first possession, starring Danny Wuerffel. This is what happened, some of it.
9 plays, all in the shotgun. Paid a price. 5 hits out of the 9 plays, but they got 7 points.
Renard Wilson got that last one. It is Fred Taylor in the backfield now with Dwayne Mobley with Wuerffel working out of the shotgun, and looks like that may be the way they'll go all night. I don't blame them. It worked pretty well the first time. Noles come creeping up on defense, and a penalty flag comes out of the umpire's pocket. That's against the offense.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. It remains first down.
Little things like that been driving Steve crazy all year. That's why that penalty total is so high. So it'll be 1st and 15 now.
That averages out to about 10 penalties a game and about 91 yards.
Snapped at 6 seconds on the play clock. The pass is thrown to Jaquez Green, and Green is belted hard at the 47-yard line and taken down. James Colsey brought him down, and it was Colsey's man that caught the ball.
What the Gators did that time, Keith, is they showed a 4-wide receiver look, like a spread look, motioned one of the backs back into the backfield where they had 2 extra blockers to block in case they had a blitz. So they present a 4-wide receiver like there's not many people left to block, and then motion back in to pick up linebacker.
They've taken the nickel man Saunders out of the game and sent Vernon Crawford back in, a linebacker, and the blitz is coming. They hand it off inside to Taylor, and Taylor is close to a first down at midfield. They're just short. It'll be about a foot short. Tuesday night on ABC, start the new year with a brand new episode of NYPD Blue. Jamie Smits and Dennis Franz star in an all-new Blue Tuesday on ABC.
That's my show there, Coach.
Good one.
That's mine.
Hand off to the running back. Knowles jump all over Fred Taylor and stop him. He lost a yard. That's a tough bunch.
Well,
Chevin Smith is number 30, and he comes up. That strong safety is up and around that line of scrimmage a lot.
Let's see what Spurrier's going to do. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for it. And he's going to.
That's Jackson, Terry Jackson, a running back, sophomore out of Gainesville, coming in.
Steve's attitude is, oh, what the heck? The chances of me making this are pretty doggone good, and it's early in the game. Well, you know, we can get more points later on.
4th and 1 at the 49. Contact. Florida's applauding as if the Noles were offsides, and the Noles are pointing that Florida moved.
Well, the quarterback pulled out.
Dead ball. False start on the offense.
Well, the quarterback can't pull out.
Now they'll punt it.
Watch Danny Werfel pull out. Now, you can't do that. Did he have his hands under center? Looked like he had his hands under center. I mean,
yep, he did.
Yeah, if you have your hands under center and you pull out, you can't do that. That's illegal motion.
Big ol' Andre Wadsworth.
Noles have blocked 6 kicks, and the Gators have had problems with the.
There's nobody back. Nobody back here. Gonna let it go. Bobby Stevenson gets it away, and the ball takes a Gator roll, and it's going to roll, and they're going to kill it down inside the 5-yard line. So Florida State sent nobody deep. Took a shot at it and couldn't get the left footer. They blocked his first punt up in Tallahassee, but they couldn't get him this time, and he winds up with a 55-yard punt, and the ball is back at the 1. Of the night goes for 55 yards, and he's excited because of what happened to him on the first punt November 30 at Tallahassee.
He's had 3 punts blocked this year, and they've all been on the first punt of the ball game. Florida State coming after him on the first punt of this game did not have a man back, and when you don't put a man back to catch the ball, what happens is the ball can roll inside your 5-yard line, and this is very poor starting position.
Warwick Dunn is in the tailback position, but the quarterback Busby keeps it and tries to wedge it out and get a little breathing room. Dunn has carried the ball 1 time so far here in the first quarter with 5 minutes remaining. But fear not, you will see him.
You'll see him, no question. But I've been impressed with Busby so far, Keith, because he stepped up. They knew they had to spread the wealth. They had to have more balance, offense and defense, and Busby has thrown the ball well.
Messerman, Cooper, the wideouts for the Noles. Bobby Bowden doesn't mind throwing the ball out of the end zone. Like that. And that is incomplete, and that is very good defense for the Florida Gators by Johnny Rutledge, number 58. The pass intended for the tight end, Melvin Pearsall.
This is good coverage by Rutledge. He's looking for that tight end all the way.
Not supposed to hold him, Johnny.
He didn't know whether it was going to be a run or a pass there, Coach. He's a linebacker. He says, you're blocking me, I'm going to jam you.
Andre Cooper leaves the lineup now. It is 3rd and 8. Ball resting at the 3. Florida leading Florida State 7-3 at 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Busby to Dunn. Dunn can't find any daylight. Mike Peterson, number 29, put a helmet on him. And the Seminoles will have to punt it out of the end zone.
This is a good series for the defense of the Gators. They got him down there on the punt. They kept him pinned in. 3 plays. Now you got a punt. Looks like the Gators may get this ball back in very good field position.
Florida State has a good one. Sean Liss averaged just under 44 yards per punt on 61 of them this year. Jaquez Green is waiting at the Seminole 45. Liss gets it out. Pretty good kick. And he sends it back to the 48 where Green has some room. And he's inside the 30. Down at about the 27-yard line. A 46-yard punt, but a 21-yard return. So the Florida Gators, field position, kicking game. They decide things.
Exactly. The special teams, that goes in favor of Florida because Bowden tried to block the punt. They got poor field position on their own 2-yard line. They didn't move it out, and now Florida takes it over. Great field position.
And they stay in the shotgun with Taylor and Mobley back there with Wuerffel. And whistle. And flags. And flare of temper. The officials have been busy, but it hasn't been an emotional problem at all with the two teams. They've both been very well controlled.
False start on the offense.
Except for the false start. I suppose you could say that's emotional. Plus the fact it's kind of hard to hear in here sometimes.
Yes, it is.
So that'll move the ball back to the 32-yard line with 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Danny Wuerffel from the shotgun. He's had completed 6 of 9 for 85 yards and a touchdown. That's the first time he's been under center right here.
1st and 15. Second time. Last time he pulled out and got a penalty.
Exactly.
That ball's thrown underneath everybody to the fullback Mobley, and Mobley is down close to a first down at about the 16-yard line. So Wuerffel rolls out to get better vision, and by a little time, nobody deep. He took what was available, and it turned out it was named Mobley, 231-pound fullback from Brooksville, Florida.
I think this is good, Keith. They were sacked 6 times in the previous game with the Seminoles. One of the ways you can avoid the hard rush is get outside the pocket. You can throw quick, you can keep more guys in the block, or you can get your quarterback outside the pocket. Wuerffel doesn't have a lot of ability and mobility, but he certainly can move around a little.
And the Seminoles called timeout. Sean Hamlet came running up to the umpire in a hurry and called time. And Bush comes to the sidelines to talk with the defensive coordinator, Mickey Andrews.
The Seminoles didn't have the right personnel in the ball game, so Bush just called timeout.
The son of Lynn and Charina arrived this year.
He looks like he's going to be a fullback to me.
First down from the 17-yard line now. As Wuerffel looks and throws, he's got some air on it, but Dale Anthony cannot reach. The ball went to the outside, and Anthony turned to the inside and then couldn't make the recovery against James Cozy.
I think a couple of things, Keith, that are different this game than the last game. Is first, that Florida is not up at Tallahassee playing before a hostile crowd. Secondly, they're indoors on a fast track. There is no wind. Up in that other game, the ball was sailing, and a lot of Wuerffel's passes were going incomplete. This is perfect conditions for a passing team.
Second down and 10 with 2:55 to go in the first quarter. Been a long quarter. That's a little pop inside to Anthony, and it goes through his hands. Cozy exults in the play, but in fact, the ball just simply went through the hands of Anthony.
There's pillar number 69. He missed the last 3 or 4 games of the season blocking on Boulware. They're not holding that ball very long. It's all quick passes. He's throwing it quickly, not allowing the defensive ends a chance to get him.
Is that going to make Mickey Andrews change his defense for Florida State a little bit?
Well, he got to keep putting pressure on him. You got to make him throw it quick. That's what happens right there. You make him throw it quick, you mess up their timing.
Green was breaking free, but because of the pressure, the ball was thrown and thrown high.
If he could have held that ball a little bit longer, he would have broken into the opening.
Yep, he would have been wide open.
But because of the fear of the sack, they're getting rid of it quickly. Watch how long he holds this ball. He gets it and lets it go.
You can see how Green was breaking free, but it's all gone. This will be a 32-yard field goal try by Bart Edmiston. He recovered from a knee sprain that he suffered in the game in Tallahassee. He missed the SEC championship, but he's back healthy, and he just nailed one right down the highway to make it Florida 10 and Florida State 3 at 2:44 to go in the first quarter. Friday on 2020 here on ABC. The question, do you hold grudges? Do you think revenge is sweet? Well, maybe there's something that'll make you feel better. Find out what it is. Plus, what if you were allergic to almost anything? I'm not going to watch that. All those things. What is this? I'm allergic to almost everything. Some people say it's happened to them, and I suppose it has. That's 2020 on Friday. They have some good stuff.
Maybe they ought to talk to you.
No, they don't need to talk to me.
Matt T will kick it away as the music comes from the Florida band. Matt ready? The deep people, Stringer and Coles. Can't coach speed. That's why they're back there. They can just tear you up if they get a little daylight on you. And Coles, a running back out of high school, comes up to about the 25-yard line.
Well, here's a look so far. Rushing yardage, Florida State has 0. Warwick Dunn not a factor in this ball game yet. And Florida State passing for more yardage than Danny Werfel and the Florida Gators offense. And but I'm sure we haven't seen the last of Warwick Dunn. They have tried it. He's been in some routes, some pass routes. They have not thrown the ball to him.
From the 25 then. Busby sets him up at 2:38 to play, and here's Dunn. Running in traffic will pick up about 3 yards. He's only 185 pounds. You're not going to go in there and hurt anybody, but you give him a little bit of daylight, and it's see you later. You're looking at his hip pocket.
Over the last 2 games against the Gators, he's averaged 153 yards per game. He is a big play back. He is, in fact, if you go back further, the last 4 games against the Gators, he's been outstanding.
Comes the pressure. They got him. Cameron Davis.
There's something wrong with that play, Keith. Hubert Williams, 22, was standing there. It looked like he was running another play.
Cameron Davis, in his first bowl game, comes up limping.
Busby just runs to his left. All indication it was going to be a pocket pass. I don't know if he checked off or what, but it seemed like everybody was expecting him to be in the pocket. Gators have had a lot of defensive injuries, Keith, in that line. Offensive line and defensive line.
3rd and 19 now. And Busby's got a whole lot of green in front of him, so he pulls it down and takes off and gets a pretty good lick from number 4, Lawrence Wright. Shea Showers, the free safety, and Wright, the strong safety. Showers on the ground with him, and Wright really popped him. And he's 12 yards short of his first down.
Keith, what you're seeing is the offenses have kind of cooled down now. The first drive for both of them. Now the defensive coordinator, coaches up in the press box are finding out what are they doing. All right, we're going to adjust. Now they're coming back and slowing everybody down.
That happened in the 3rd quarter in the November game. There was no scoring in the 3rd quarter.
Exactly.
That's a low snap, and it's almost blocked, but it's a good kick out of there. And it's at the 32-yard line by Jaquez Green. So Sean List with a white shirt right in his face gets the ball out of trouble. 44-yard punt. A half a minute to go in the first quarter. This first quarter is lasting a week.
It is, isn't it? That's when you have throwing teams, you stop the clock. Incompletions.
Perry Jackson is in the backfield with Jerome Evans, and they're working out of the shotgun. Number 7 is Werfel. You can pick him out. He's the big guy in the middle. He's a big, thick guy, too. Isn't a thing flimsy about this fella? I mean, he is a big, wide body. Pressure coming, passes away. Penalty flag is thrown. Jaquez Green makes the catch. The play is good for 11 yards, but let's see about the penalty. Boy, he's throwing that ball quickly.
Offside on the defense.
Take the play. First down, Gators.
First down.
Florida State jumped out to a 17-0 lead in their regular season game. Florida came back, had a chance to tie it at the halftime, missed it. Third quarter was scoreless. Right now tonight, it's Florida out to the lead, 10-3, and the handoff to Terry Jackson. Jackson is a 213-pound sophomore, and he picks up about 8 yards on that play. And the first quarter is over. After one at the Nokia Sugar Bowl, it's Florida 10 and Florida State 3. Score, Florida leading. Gators in pretty good shape in this ball game at this point because they own it at the 47-yard line of Florida State, where it is second down and the long one, about 1.5 yards. And Wuerffel goes back under center with Elijah Williams behind him. Peter Boulware and Darrell Bush are both out of the defensive lineup for Florida State, both being struggling with the flu. That ball is thrown and dropped by Elijah Williams. He had a touchdown in his pocket, and he just dropped the ball.
One of the new plays that Florida has put in for this ball game. Wilson, number 55, working on Collins. Takes a little bit of time to do this, and this is what happened the other time. Last ball game, that ball should have been caught, hit him right in the helmet. That was one of the few times, Keith, they took a little bit longer to throw the football.
Terry Jackson is in the lineup now, and there's whistle. No play. First quarter numbers while they sort this out.
Dead ball. Ball start on the offense. It remains third down.
-1 yards for Florida State. Florida's not running the ball either. Florida State throwing for a little bit more. 8 first downs for the University of Florida. Neither one of them doing very good on third down conversions.
5-yard penalty will make it 3rd down and 6. Timeout is called at the beginning of the second quarter of play. This is the Nokia Sugar Bowl.
Was on the sideline during that last series, but Keith, it had nothing to do with the flu-like symptoms he has. He was just out because he wasn't a part of the defensive package for that time. If he's going to suffer the effects, it'll be in the second half, Keith.
Okay, Swanee.
There's a look at Darrell Bush. He was a little bit under the weather before the ball game. They need him in that lineup. He is the leader. He gets them in the right play, in the right alignment. He is a very bright linebacker.
Chuck Amato right there is the linebacker coach for Florida State. So it is 3rd down and 6 after the 5-yard penalty. And they go back to the shotgun. Defender fell down. Ike Hilliard has the ball. There's a penalty flag thrown by the man on the sideline, the linesman.
I don't know, Keith. He threw it there. They may rule that he pushed off.
Yep, maybe an offensive call against Florida.
Because it was thrown by the official right over here on this side, looking right at him.
And Byron Capers was on the ground.
Pass interference on the offense. It'll be a 15-yard penalty from the previous spot, and it remains 3rd down.
Take a look at him over here. He's just going to push off before he runs the little slant to the inside. Receiver comes down. There's contact, and the defensive back goes down, and the official right over on that side threw the flag right at both of where the 2 men were.
So the Gators now are shooting themselves in the old toe as they come all the way back to the 33-yard line, where it is 3rd down and 21. Back on their own 33, having been down on the 46 of Florida State, and Andre Wadsworth finally erupts in the middle of the line. He had a big ball game in the regular season meeting. The interior linesman did, and Big Wadsworth got loose on this one.
Again, the sack comes from up the middle from the reverse side. Wadsworth, 5 of the 6 sacks in the first ball game came from the inside. Wadsworth had 1. The other defensive tackle, Spain, had 2.
That gets Robbie Stevenson, the left-footed punter, into the game and sends Peter Warrick deep to receive the kick for Florida State. Stevenson's first kick with no one back to return it was 55 yards. No pressure, good kick by Robbie. Warrick waiting, takes it at the 33, dances, finds a little room, and then down he goes at about the 38-yard line. You got a penalty flag. It's thrown back on the 30-yard line on the Florida side of the field.
Holding on the receiving team
against Florida State.
The post-scrimmage kick enforcement spot by rule.
And it'll be a 10-yard penalty at 13:32 to go in the first half. We'll take a timeout with the Gators leading 10-3. Nokia Sugar Bowl, the time remaining you see reflected there.
Busby had a good first quarter. Thrown for 124 yards in the first game, and tonight already thrown for 125, and that figures. Bobby was talking about it during the week that the quarterback had to play better in this ball game, and they knew it, and everybody knew it.
Peter Warrick had a big ball game too in the first game, but he hasn't seen the ball yet tonight. They're all over, but I mean, they didn't give him any chance at all. Big Ed Chester, the sophomore out of Spring Hill, was thrashing on him before he could set his feet to throw. And the loss is back inside the 15 to the 14.
Well, Chester is right here, and he's just going to bust right through the inside of that line. That's Long, number 78. And that's his 7th sack of the season. They lead the SEC in sacks. You know, all the attention goes to the nose, but good defense for the Gators.
2nd down and 18. Busby having a little trouble. Oh my goodness, that ball was almost taken into the end zone by big old Tim Beauchamp. I mean, he had it on his hands, but he couldn't find the handle, and the big defensive end walks around
now,
thinking about what might have been.
The right defensive end, the white shirt. Watch him, a little screen. Dunn's going to try and hide. This is what Bobby Bowden mean when he said, we don't ask Busby to win the ball game, we just don't want him to lose it. If that would have been intercepted, those are the types of things. They don't want to put too much pressure on the quarterback. But with Warrick Dunn not getting much yardage, Keith, they're putting more and more pressure on the quarterback. That was almost a disaster for the nose.
Shotgun, you've got Cooper and E.G. Green down here, and this is a reverse with Peter Warrick carrying it, running back in traffic. He breaks free for a moment and picks up a first down. No, he didn't get the first down. No, sorry. The big sack prevents him from getting his first down. He got across the 25-yard line after running about 40 yards and risking his life going back into the middle where the big trees were.
It's a kind of an interesting play, though. I think that's one of the new ones. Both of these guys, Bowden and Spurrier, love these new plays.
So Sean Liss is out for his 3rd punt of the night, 46 and 44 on the first 2, and Green is a dynamite punt returner. Nice high, deep carry, and they don't crowd him. So everything is legal downfield, and it'll be the Florida ball at the 27-yard line after a 48-yard punt. Steve Spurrier watching his team now take possession at their own 27-yard line, leading 10-3. Bobby Bowden, a bit frustrated in that his offense has not produced much so far. And they've got 4 wideouts now in the Florida alignment with Wuerffel back there by himself. High snap. Here they come. He gets it away. He's got Hilliard. He's got the ball. And he's out of bounds at the 27-yard line, and a penalty flag way back upfield where the quarterback Wuerffel was buried. They may be a roughing call back upfield.
Roughing the passer on the defense.
That was a big play, though.
Well, the blitz was on, and they had single coverage. There was a free man. Take a look from behind. The blitz is on, but he's in shotgun. Nobody picks up Crawford. And this time, unlike the last time, he gets it off. There's the penalty for hitting the quarterback.
If he'd kept his head up and kept the shoulder out of his back, he probably wouldn't have been flagged. But Randy Crystal didn't make any bones about it. He threw the flag, and the football advances all the way down to the Florida State 13-yard line.
And that was a good call. There's no question about that. Steve's been bellyaching for the last month about late hits, but Mickey Andrews has to put pressure on Wuerffel if he's got a chance to win this ball game.
Right now, the Gators are knocking on the door again. Same alignment, and Wuerffel throws it to the corner, and it is incomplete. Intended for Anthony, defending Colsey, and that was a very good defensive job by James.
Here's a look at it. This is what Florida likes to do when they get inside the 15-yard line. Their receiver, good jumping ability, really should have had it. Colsey's only 5'10", Anthony's 6 feet, but he can really get up there.
Well, James was right in his numbers. 2nd down and 10.
Now he's telling them what to do.
When he raises that foot up, he tells the center, okay, you can snap it when you're ready. Pressure, but Wuerffel throws it back to the other way. And it is out of bounds, short of the goal line to Fred Taylor. He went out at about the 2. That was a hard throw. You got to be strong to make that. Back across his body.
He's got 3 wide receivers to our left side. They are covered. Taylor's going to slip out and come right across. Right there, number 21. He must know from practice that that play is usually open. If the wide receivers aren't open, go back to your halfback.
So it's 1st and goal from the 2-yard line. Hand off to Taylor. Touchdown. The extra point try from Bart Edmiston, senior out of Pensacola. Nails it. Out of Michael Yorton's snap, and Robbie Stevenson. Oh.
So look at the touchdown. Usually when Florida gets down here against Florida State, they've thrown the ball even from the 1- or 2-yard line. This time they just run to the tight end side and push it in.
And it's 17-3 Gators.
Maybe it's
seconds. Doesn't take long when you got a great big old play and a 15-yard penalty at the end of it. Here's the kickoff by Teague, and he killed it all the way into the end zone. There, oh, he's coming with it from 4 yards out of the end zone. And paid for it up at the 16-yard line. jumping around, but he's going to be called down, and it'll be Florida State ball. And the Seminole offense right now, Bob, is caught up in the old tango gig.
Well, they've been 3 and out on their last 3 possessions. Dunn has rushed for four times for 0 yardage. Their last 3 possessions, they've been 3 plays and punted. And you need to get Warrick Dunn into the offense. They've tried, Keith, that screen pass on the last possession just didn't work. It was almost intercepted.
So Dunn is back there now with Busby out of the shotgun formation. Picks up the rush. Dunn's a good blocker. Ball's thrown to Messam on the sidelines, and Wayne steps out of bounds at about the 17-yard line. Well, there's not a whole lot on that one. Time remaining in the first half, 11-16. I think it's they better watch out here because the Delta is starting to leak a tad. And the Gators are, I mean, they're jacked up. They're flying right now. And once they get you reeling, get you back on your heels, they can put you away.
16.
Got it. Second down and 8. Dropped by Wayne Messam. Thrown behind him a bit, thrown on his hip, and he couldn't pick it up. And here's Swannick.
Or their opponents 28.7 to 7.14 to 1. And I can bet you this, Bobby Bowden knows he's got to put a rope on these Gators in his first half, or else, Keith, they will drag him down into the swamp and they'll never come out.
Had a little trouble getting the sound, but Busby working out of the shotgun. Now he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. He's got 5 possibilities to throw the ball here. He goes down the middle with it, and no chance. E.G. Green was defended by Shea Showers. He had no chance to get to the ball. And once again, for Florida State, it's a 1, 2, 3 kick.
Green's going to go to the center of the field and run a little square in. Showers is going to be right there as he reads it. That's not interference. Showers has as much right to the ball as does the receiver.
Sean Liss is in for the punt, his 4th. His best one was the 3rd. It was 48. He gets this one out of there. He doesn't get it to turn over, so it's a little shorter and possibly a return by Green. Yes. Green dancing around. You better corral him pretty quickly. He's at about the 49-yard line on his return of 7 yards after a 40-yard punt. And so now the Gators are sitting in the middle of the field at their own 49-yard line, first down. Season premiere of ABC's Wide World of Sports will feature the NutraSweet World Challenge of Champions from Innsbruck, Austria. That's coming up Saturday. Also will announce the Wide World Athlete of the Year for 1996. ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Keith, this defense for Florida State needs to make something happen. They have been dominant all year, but they have not been dominant here tonight. The shotgun, the quick passing, and the quick throwing. We have 1 sack by Florida State. Coming in, they led the nation in sacks with 67.
Out of the shotgun, Werfel gives it off to Taylor, and Taylor will move it over to the Florida State 49, pick up for 2 yards on the play.
That's a new formation that the Gators are using. They've got their 2 backs stacked in the backfield. And I think they do it, 1, for pass protection, Keith. Secondly, just to give them something else to think about. Florida's had great field position starting on their own 49 on an average, and FSU not nearly as good.
2nd and 8. got him this time. Got him on the 45-yard line. Peter Boulware, number 58.
For 58, the top of the screen, Boulware on Collins and Taylor. And then he gets back and gets a piece of it. That's just outstanding work.
Boy, he's good, isn't he?
Boulware came in with 19 sacks on the year. As we mentioned, he led the nation in sacks coming in.
So back him up, make it 3rd down and 14. Back at the 45.
He doesn't play like he's sick to me, does he?
No, here they come. Werfel whistles it away in a hurry and goes down hard. 2 of them hit him, and Werfel, Danny looking around to see if the building is turned upside down or what. It's Wilson and Boulware both in this one.
Well, this is a middle screen, so the linemen are letting those ends go.
You can't let them go.
Here's the other side. There's a lineman up there. Wadsworth or Spain or one of those guys is looking for the halfback. In the first game, the middle screen was a big part of the Gator offense.
You cannot let those guys loose. You better call the paramedics.
You got that right.
Robbie Stevenson's in the punt. Dee Feaster is waiting to return it. He's a tailback. Stevenson hits it well. Back to the 13. Feaster comes up the middle. Good return. Dee Feaster runs the ball out to about the 37-yard line. So Stevenson's low line drive punt of 42 yards is returned 24. Monday late night, Politically Incorrect, starring Bill Maher, comes to ABC with first night guests including Roseanne, Coolio, Ariana Huffington, and G. Gordon Liddy. Hotter topics, cooler guests, when Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher. Premieres on ABC Monday after Nightline. First down, 37. And they snap it short to Warrick Dunn. And the first play of the night in which he has accomplished something. He moved it from the 37-yard line up to close to the 45. And you got a Gator shaken up on the play. Johnny Rutledge, man shaken up.
Rutledge, number 58, right of your screen. Snapped it directly to Dunn. He gets hit by his old man. He got hit by Lott.
Yeah, Lott popped him.
He's hearing some birdies in his helmet, I think.
You know, that ball almost kind of went between Dunn and Busby, and Dunn had to reach out to catch it. So that was close to not working too, but once Warrick Dunn gets his hands on it, you hold your breath. Watch this.
Watch. The ball was snapped. Dunn, I don't think Dunn was ready.
I don't think so either.
He wasn't ready for the snap. I mean, everybody else was, but he was a little late. He probably forgot what the snap count was. That happens.
So near the 45, second down and 2. This is Pooh Bear Williams. Who in the world was that ran into him there? It was Keith Kelsey, a freshman, 218 pounds, stands 6 feet tall. He's pretty well built, but remember now, Pooh Bear weighs 286 pounds.
Kelsey's in there playing for Rutledge, who just went off, and if Rutledge hadn't gotten hurt, he'd been over there. Kelsey's gonna say, "Hey, Rutledge, come on back." I get in for one play, and I get Pooh Bear out in the flat.
Oh, me. That's a good way to get that famous scar under your chin.
Oh, boy.
He's a little bit short of the first down. Little bit short. See that Joe Germain got his scar yesterday. Did you see that?
Yes, sure did. What a great game that was, huh?
Wasn't that something? The Sun Devils fell, but they did it gallantly.
Yeah, you got to.
And admire the courage of the Buckeyes for hitching up their britches and coming back.
Bruce Snyder, a great job with Arizona State, but you got to be happy for John Cooper.
Arizona State being the other undefeated team in Division 1A. And as we play this game tonight, Florida State, which is trailing by a score of 17-3 in the second quarter, is the only undefeated team left in Division 1A. 8.5 minutes to go in the first half. The dive ahead for the first down following the offensive line surge, and it's good. So you can move the chains.
And because of that loss, Arizona State has one loss. If Florida State wins this game, they'll be the national champion, being the only team left undefeated. If Florida wins, and like you said earlier, you got
big argument.
You got 5 teams tied.
The natural process, of course, you would think would be that Florida, with number 3 beating number 1, would be voted the national championship. You would expect that. But it doesn't always happen. Pressure coming. Busby gets it away. The pass is almost intercepted on the ricochet. Oh, my goodness. Peter Warrick finally getting a chance, but the ball was thrown so hard by Busby, and Keith Council is the guy that almost came up with it for the Gators. Defensive tackle. We may see this fella tonight.
Dan Kinder is the backup, has done well when he's been in there. He played really well against Wake Forest, threw for a lot of yardage. Busby 8 of 16 and 129 yards has cooled off here in the second quarter.
That ball is batted right back at him by Demetric Jackson. Strong safety, number 27, slapped it away.
Jackson, number right at the bottom, 27, is lined up as if he was covering the wide receiver. And at the last second, when the ball was snapped, blitz. There's a strong safety blitz, and Busby didn't see him coming, and he knocked the ball down. That's a good defensive play.
And it's 3rd and 10 now for the Seminoles at their own 48-yard line. He's got a man messing down the middle. The pass is complete inside the 30 for the 29. First down, Seminoles.
It's a good play, and it's something that he needed for his confidence. He's just going to go down and run a square in over the center of the field. The 2 receivers on the left side go deep to clear it out. Nessum comes underneath. If that ball is caught on time and the receiver has enough speed, a lot of times you can come out the other side with a big gain.
Cameron Davis, linebacker, is hurt and down on the play, and timeout for the injured player. So Cameron Davis, who's been dogged by injuries in his career, has another one, apparently. He hurt his knee early on in this ball game, limped off the field, got back in.
It's been a tough year with the injuries for Steve, both in the offensive and defensive lines.
Here's Swanee.
Well, Keith, Donnie Young, number 75 on the offensive line for Florida, is on the sideline. He twisted his right ankle. They're trying to get that retaped. He may go in, but Danny Werfel bruised his right shoulder in that last series, and Fred Taylor, the running back, has a slightly separated shoulder. So while they have the lead here for Florida, they're getting banged up a lot, Keith.
All right, we've got a continued timeout in the Nokia Sugar Bowl. That's 7:49 to go in the first half.
Pizza Hut employee memo number 3. Subject, pricing. Okay, we want to take a few minutes to take...
The game was the 1981 Orange Bowl to Oklahoma. Quarterback, now Congressman J.C. Watts, found split end Steve Rhodes for an 11-yard touchdown pass. Went for 2 and got it, and beat the Seminoles 18-17. 1981.
Saw JC the other day. He was, in fact, he was in Miami speaking to the Orange Bowl prayer breakfast, and then he flew over here to speak to the Sugar Bowl.
Really proud of him. I think he has just become a sensational young man.
Class act.
29-yard line, 17-3. The Florida Gators have the lead. And the Seminoles now with that first down get one here. They sure would make the trip to the clubhouse easier. He's got a man wide open. Touchdown, E.G. Green. The Florida defenders ran together and fell down, and it was a gift for Green and the Seminoles. Indeed, that will put a little spring in your step. The kick by Bentley is good. And it's 17-10 with 7:28 to play in the first half. And Bobby feels a whole lot better.
Just what Bobby ordered. Take a look. Here's the receiver. He's going to go down to the center. And as the quarterback rolls out, the free safety is going to come this way, and the receiver is going to make back across the grain. Receiver goes up the field. Now stop it right here. He will. The receivers are going to run it. The defenders are going to run into each other. They'll both fall out. He breaks to the middle. You never get anybody that wide open. And Busby does a smart thing by just laying it up. He knew he had him wide open. Good move, but he's going to the outside. That's just good coaching right there. Good coaching and big play for Florida State.
How much fun do you think those two DBs are going to have when they go to lunch with Bob Stoops?
That's embarrassing, Coach. Big play for Busby. He knows that the run is being shut down with Warrick Dunn, and he has to come through.
17-10 ball game. Suddenly everything looks brighter for the Seminoles and their faithful. And here's the kickoff, a low line drive that goes through the end zone. It'll come back to the 20. First down for the Gators. Now you got a penalty flag sitting up there on about the 18-yard line. That came pretty late, didn't it? Let's check in with Swanee for a moment.
Well, Keith, just a little bit of bad news for the senior Cameron Davis, defensive end. He sprained his right knee, and the doctors tell me he is out for the rest of this ball game. Not the way he wanted to end his last ball game as a Gator, Keith.
First down.
All right, Swanee, that's a personal foul call against Florida State. And it moves the ball out to the 35.
Watch the left side of the screen here. See if we can catch something. Yeah, that's right there and threw that.
So the Seminoles now, having absorbed the personal foul call and having scored the touchdown, all jacked up, smother that play just about the line of scrimmage.
Oh, the quarterbacks are doing. Let's have a little quarterback comparison. Danny Wuerffel, the Heisman Trophy winner. Numbers are very similar to Thad Busby, who's been a little bit inconsistent this year, but tonight is doing what his team needs, and that is coming through.
Heisman Trophy winners don't always win in the Sugar Bowl. Many of them have had a hard time here. This is to Riddell Anthony trying to run a wide receiver screen back into the middle of the field, and they get about 3 or 4 yards on the play. And the Seminoles now are really flying around on defense. Number 45 is Henry Crockett, a senior out of Pompano Beach. They are going to lose some real talent from the defensive team this year.
Just mention the 2 defensive ends.
Yeah, right. And Mr. Bush. He's a junior.
Yeah, Bush is back. 2 linebackers, Crockett and Crawford are gone.
And we got folks bouncing around. Looked like Wuerffel tried to give him a hard count, and Mo Collins moved on the play.
It's obvious that Spurrier has had Wuerffel work on his cadence to try to control the line of scrimmage.
Dead ball. Ball start on the offense. It remains third down.
Now he gets the Seminoles to jump initially, but watches his right tackle. See, his right tackle moves.
Yeah, Mo's looking at Peter Boulware.
Yeah.
You really can't bust him. Third down now and 11. Werfel gets it away. It's caught. And a penalty flag is on from the linesman across the way. And I don't think that play's going to hold up. Ike Hilliard went up to make the catch. It's one of those kind of things that very oftentimes is
dead ball.
Holding.
Ball start on the offense.
And it's false start.
It's got to be the tackle on that side if the linesman. Watch the far side tackle. 79 Collins. See him backing up? Just backing up a little bit. There he is on the right side of your screen, Mo Collins. Still blocking on Boulware. Just moves a little, and the linesman on the far side is looking right at him.
That's 9 flags now on the Gators for 55 yards.
It's those types of things. It's not so much always the yardage, it's what it takes away from you.
That's right.
It took that play away.
And it's now 3rd and 16. And a big difference.
Look out here.
Oh, he got loose. And Werfel goes down hard. The ball is caught by Jaquez Green. Danny Werfel was just ripped as he let it go, but he hit his man right where he had to hit him. And it's a big play for the Gators.
It's a good call. 3rd and long. Go ahead. And look at this. There's nobody in the middle here. It's one-on-one. It's 3rd and long. Go ahead and throw it downfield. Maybe you'll hit it, or maybe you'll get a defensive interference call.
Okay, it's easy for Green. Now watch what's going on at the other end. Watch this. Wham, wham.
That's all right. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm glad I'm not there with Danny.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it.
I'm just saying, with all the attention, there was no foul.
No foul. No,
yeah.
no foul. Yeah. Just clean, hard football. But Steve, I don't know, he's probably jumping up and down about it. Werfel lets it go again, right on the numbers. Ike Hilliard gets loose. It's a touchdown for the Gators. Oh boy, you beat on him like an old church bell, and suddenly he stuck it in the end zone. Werfel is now 13 of 22, 246 yards and 2 touchdowns, and we've got 5:18 to play in the first half. Edmiston for the point. Mark boots it through. And the Gators respond to the Seminoles with a touchdown to make it a 24-10 ball game.
You've got the most accurate passer in college football, and you've got single coverage here and over here. And what you're going to have is the wide receiver just running a little slant one-on-one. And if you don't get to the quarterback, he's going to kill you. Now, this is the advantage of artificial turf. Look at that stop. And great running ability. Both Hilliard and Anthony on the other side have the ability to run with the ball afterwards. Take a look from behind the defense. Blitz, Bush, and Crockett both blitz. The difference in this game, Keith, is in the first game they were getting to Werfel. Now he's getting rid of the ball because you're playing indoors. It's perfect condition. There's no wind blowing the ball. You couldn't want any better conditions if you were a throwing team than an indoor dome stadium, artificial turf.
That team will kick it off now. Ike Hilliard has had a fine season. One thing about it, defensive guys don't get a whole lot of rest when you do it that way. High kick by Teague. 4-yard line for Cope. Florida special teams have done very well tonight. Ball is on the 21-yard line where it'll be first down for Florida State. Busby is at quarterback.
Hilliard came into the ball game with 29 career touchdowns. That's second in SEC history. Two outstanding receivers, Keith. Anthony and Hilliard.
Well, that Green isn't bad.
Well, Green, you're right. You talk about duos, though. That's...
First down from the 21 now. Let's see if the Seminoles can do something. Low snap. Busby handles it. People after him. Throws the ball. Dropped. Incomplete. Flying. He went to the safety valve. Pooh Bear Williams, the fullback, and there was no real reason that play could work with Bates bearing down on him, and it didn't. I mean, Bates was just running downhill.
Bates, kind of a loose wire at times. He's a leader of that defense. He's all conference. He's a middle linebacker. He's a player. Five players on that Gator defense were all SEC. They can play.
Well, you're a middle linebacker like that, you got to see bolts of lightning every once in a while. Busby tries to get away from the pressure, but he can't do it. The man right down in the middle of all of the melee and making the tackle is big end Chester.
That's Chester's second sack of the night. To the left side, that's long 51, and really this is just it's a coverage sack. The quarterback tried to get out of there, and Gators came in with 48 sacks on the year, which was tops in the SEC. They've got 3 tonight.
It is now third down and 16 with the ball on the 15-yard line for the Seminoles. They snap it to Dunn. And Warwick Dunn cannot get loose. Every time he moves, there's somebody moving with him. And they'll have to punt it again. Bobby made a well-advertised decision that he was not going to do the play calling. That may change.
This is what he does right now, Keith. Right here. He is motivating his team, and he coaches his coaches. He ran down there to get that offense fired up.
Oh, that's a good kick by Sean Liss. But look at Green. He's taken down at about the 47-yard line. Coming up at halftime, the Nokia Best Connection Sweepstakes will feature this man, Greg Smith, from Lutcher, Louisiana. That's down by Baton Rouge. He's going to get to throw one football, try to throw it through a 1 square foot opening. And if he can do it from a distance of about 12 yards, he will win $1 million. And if he does, I'm going with him.
I'm going to go down and introduce ourselves.
He's a left-hander. You never know. Might pop it right through there.
Nobody in the backfield except the quarterback.
Trips at the bottom of the picture. Werfel being harassed and harangued one more time by Mr. Boulware.
Peter Boulware on the tackle. Across the yard.
Boulware is just going to run around Pillar. I think that's Zach on that side. No, that's the tight end. There's no way the tight end, Allen. You can't expect your you can't expect your tight end to block that man.
You call him Mr. in the second quarter. He keeps playing like this. He'll be Sir.
Yeah, he was sick too before the ball game. Boulware.
Second down. Call it 11. Passes away and batted down by the defender on the play. Number 4, Troy Saunders.
This ball was almost picked off. The receiver stopped, and Danny threw it a little bit further to the inside.
Riddell Anthony, the intended receiver.
Anthony at the top of the screen is going to go down, run a little curl. Watches the ball's inside a little bit. Saunders almost had a piece of that. As,
actually, Riddell knocked it down, didn't he?
Crockett, number 45, goes over and says hello.
Yep. There are times when the receiver has to be the defender. Keep that other fellow from going the other way. 3rd down, 11. That's down the middle. Down to the 40-yard line, and a penalty flag is thrown on the far side of the field. A pass caught by Jaquez Green from Fort Valley, Georgia, right in front of Byron Capers. Something to do with somebody downfield.
Ineligible receiver downfield. A 5-yard penalty.
Steve wants to know. Steve wants to know who it was. Who was it? And he obviously doesn't like it.
He really suffers. Of course, everything about Steve Spurrier is right on his face.
He's not hiding any of his emotions.
All right. He worked that hard. If he did, he'd blow up. Can't hide anything being that intense.
His young son, Steve Jr., is on the staff as a graduate assistant, and he adopted a son too, Scotty.
3rd down now and 16 for the Gators. A 24-10 ball game, and it's in the air, and it is incomplete. And it is Troy Saunders making the play on Redell Anthony. Saunders comes up a little tender, but he's made 2 good plays in a row. And into punt comes Robbie Stevenson. Dee Feaster is deep for Florida State.
Florida State, Keith, needs something out of their special teams or their defense. That's where they have the advantage. Florida has the best offense, no question, but Seminoles need something out of their special teams.
Whoa, Stevenson got most of that one. 16-yard line for Feaster. He got some room. That one man, number 16, got outside and grabbed him by the coattail and pulled him down. Xavier McCray, 46, did it. Now let's spend a moment with John Saunders.
All right, Keith, thanks a lot. Coming up at halftime, Todd will break down the first half, and Florida looks like an entirely different team this time around.
Yeah, much more physical on both lines of scrimmage, and the move of Danny Wuerffel into the shotgun has been a great move for Florida.
They have responded to the challenge by Steve Spurrier. We'll have a chance to talk with him at halftime as well. Right now, Keith, back up to you.
Okay. 2 minutes. That's plenty of time for these offenses to score.
Oh, easy. From the 34-yard line. Under center, Busby having a little trouble. Somebody after him all the time. Pass completed to E.G. Green. Green is taken down inside the 45 at the 43 of Florida. Clock stops as they move the chains. 1:49 to go in the first half.
Well, if you like the running game, you won't like this game much because there's not much running on either side.
23 yards on the return.
24-10, Florida leading. Go back to the shotgun. Busby going big. And Cooper can't get to the ball, and a penalty flag comes out of the pocket.
Weary lost the ball.
Weary did not see the ball. I think you've got an interference ball right here. If so, that will be the 11th Florida penalty.
We haven't even played a half yet.
Randy was warned, get a good night's sleep before the game.
Pass interference on the defense. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Weary is number 24. He uses the side of the ball and then just runs to the receiver, puts his arm out on the receiver, and Cooper is trying to catch it. It's a nice call by the official. It's really an easy call and probably a smart play by Weary because he lost where the ball was and he says, I'm going to the receiver and just interfere with it.
28-yard line, first down for the Noles. Ball is handed off to Warrick Dunn. Cuts it back, runs into trouble at the 25. Lawrence Wright, right up on the line of scrimmage and involved in that defensive play, but there's a Gator shaken up. It's Keith Council, a defensive tackle.
Teams all year have come in against Florida State and said, we're going to stop Warrick Dunn, and they'll put 7 or 8 players up in the box to stop the offense. And he's faced this all year, and for the last 3 years, he's made over 1,000 yards each of those years. It's just been amazing what he's done with the defenses stacked to stop him.
They're not, it looks like it's some kind of an arm or a shoulder injury to Council, who is a 273-pound junior out of Orlando. A minute 15 to go in the first.
What you need to do, don't be conservative.
We're now at a minute 10. Busby back to throw it. And throws high and incomplete. He had the ball where Messam could not reach it. He got his hands on it, but it was too high and could have been picked off. Tico Brown had a look at it. Didn't quite get there. Brown is an important personality in that defensive secondary, coming back from injury. He was right through his hands.
Anytime you have a tip ball and it's that high and in the air that long,
hold your breath.
Defenses have a great shot at it.
To the sidelines. He gets past the marker. He gets a first down. Does not, however, get out of bounds. It's Andre Cooper. So now they have stopped it on the sideline at 55 seconds to move the chains. Noles coming up. Put the ball down at the 12. And first down, Seminoles. The national championship sitting right in the middle of the table. These two teams are scrapping about it. Busby gives to Dunn. He's got some room. He's got a block from Green. He's got a touchdown. Finally, Dunn finds a way. Bentley for the point. Bangs it through. 24-17 ball game.
Well, Warrick Dunn averages over 100 yards a game. Before this play, they'd only had 15 yards rushing in the first half. 70 is Thomas.
Good block right here.
Right there by E.G. Green that comes up. Dunn has always played well against the Gators and played very well in big games. And this is the first really play that he's made in this ball game. Good block by the fullback. And he just outruns Wright, number 4, to the sideline.
So Warrick Dunn canters in to make it a 7-point ball game. The Seminoles with 40 seconds to go in the first half of play, pulled within 7. And brightened the horizon considerably for the Seminoles. This is a short kick that's finally controlled by Elijah Williams. And Williams comes back up to about the 33-yard line. In the 1995 Sugar Bowl, when Florida State and Florida had a rematch after a 31 tie, Dunn had the first pass completed of his collegiate career, a 73-yarder to Omar Ellison. And Seminoles won the ball game over the Gators by 23-17.
He's awfully important to this offense, and the Gators know that. They know he can throw passes. He threw one 33 days ago, November 30th, in Tallahassee. They know that they need to stop Warrick Dunn.
And the ball off goes to Terry Jackson, and he gets outside, and he's got some room, and he's a big fella. And he runs all the way down to the 41-yard line of Florida State, and there's 27 ticks remaining on the clock. Better not go to sleep.
Not on this offense. They scored too quickly. They got a timeout left. Bobby's writing down some notes for what he wants to say at halftime. Looks like he's already got about 5 or 6 on that sheet.
Yeah, he may need an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah.
That's intended down the sidelines for Riddell Anthony, and it was overthrown. He had no chance. Also was well covered. Thad Busby getting all the conversation he can with Mark Richt, even though halftime is at hand. Troy Saunders has come into the ball game at that cornerback position, Bob, and done a pretty good job with Anthony.
He has. Mickey Andrews has always played a lot of defensive backs, and because of the injury to Roll, Colsey and Saunders are rotating over there at that corner position.
Anthony has 2 catches for 13 yards. That's all.
He's caught 22 in the last 2 games.
Pressure coming. Boulware. He's got a hold of him. It's intercepted. Intercepted by Vernon Crawford.
Going to somebody that can run.
Werfel is decked hard by Wilson, but finally they get Crawford down around the 38-yard line, and time runs out.
Well, here's a look from behind the quarterback. Boulware again will not go down, tries to make a play, and Crawford, 47, sees visions of grandeur right here. He's looking.
Watch here now. You're going to see Werfel get busted right there. Boom.
He needs to give it up. He finally gave it up, but he gave it up too late.
Yep. Pretty exciting stuff, but the half is over. And at halftime, it is Florida 24, Florida State 17. And we'll be back with John Saunders and Todd Blackledge after this message and the word from our ABC station.
Is getting tired. Now keep in mind that Darrell Bush and Andre Cooper both suffered from cramps in the first half. They had to have IV fluids before they could come back out in the second half. He says on the defensive side, what's really getting to him is the fact that Florida's beating Florida State in 3rd and long. He says if they need 16, let's give them 12. Let's not give them 16. He says our defensive backs are playing bump and run. All right, they're running, but they're not bumping. He says he's going to bring them up closer, get some hands on the body to make sure he puts a bump back in the bump and run, Keith.
Yeah, they haven't done that. You're right. It became very clear, and particularly when Green is broken loose for 2 big plays, and
I think you're playing with poison, though, when you get up near those guys.
You're right. You're right. They are so quick. Anthony has been controlled in the first half. Now, if you can handle him that well in the second half, you're going to have a chance. But he's dynamite. Ike Hilliard, on the other hand, has had a big first half. Hilliard scored 2 touchdowns, and he had 4 catches for 131 yards. That's a big half. Scott Bentley, number 3, the senior from Aurora, Colorado, will kick it off for Florida State. The Gators will have the first possession of the second half. Anthony and Williams are waiting. Riddell Anthony is 15. Elijah Williams is 25. Keith Jackson, Bob Greasy, Lynn Swan, and here we go with the second half. 2 yards deep in the end zone, Anthony. Across the 30 and out to the 32. So the Gators begin with pretty good field position on their first possession, and they lead in the ball game by a score of 24-17.
Danny, 13 of 26, 246 yards, 2 touchdowns. He was sacked twice. And if you're interested, he was had 1 penalty called on the defense for roughing the passer.
Let's put it on the 31. It's closer there. Elijah Williams in the backfield. He's got the ball, tries to sweep, and he's collared. Trying to come around the corner by Renard Wilson. He did get something out of it, a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd down.
Big country. His father owns a farm, and when he was younger, one of the calves run into the pond, and his mother was afraid that he was going to drown. His dad was yelling at him, and he was really worried more about Renard strangling the calf than he was about Renard getting out of the. He wasn't worried about Renard getting out.
2nd down and about 7. Tough place to check off at the line of scrimmage. It's quite noisy. Ball is handed away to Taylor. Taylor's up near the 35 for about a yard. So they'll be looking at 3rd down and about 6.
Interesting that Florida comes out. The first 2 plays of the 2nd half are running plays. Remember the first game, the 3rd quarter was about 9 or 10 or 11 punts by both teams, Keith. Nobody did anything offensively in the 3rd quarter.
Connell Spain now comes out at a defensive tackle as they go to 3rd down and 6. Gary Spires moves in. Bush steps right up onto the line of scrimmage, and they loop and get Danny Werfel, and there's a penalty flag. You got Wilson and Boulware who looped from the outside. They got pretty good pressure up the middle, and they sacked him. Let's see about the flag. Holding Florida.
On the offense.
They'll decline that. It'll bring up 4th down, and they'll have to punt it. Pretty good first series for the Florida State defense.
Yes, it was. 2 runs and a pass by the Gators. And like Lynn was saying, Bobby Bowden said their corners were going to get up and jam them. They did that, and they were covered, well covered.
5th punt of the night for Robbie Stevenson. Peter Warwick, number 9, is a wide receiver, redshirt freshman from Bradenton. He's standing back on the 35. You've got to back up for that one for the 25. And comes back to the 42 with a good return of 17 yards on a 45-yard punt. At the middle spot, he's a junior from Jacksonville. Busby back, pretty good protection, passes away to the sideline, pass is good to Dunn. Warwick Dunn will move it down to about the 45-yard line on the Florida side of the field and make it a 1st down for the Seminoles. Well now.
After the break, they do some adjusting. They come out. They've been awfully good. That first play, Warwick Dunn motions out of the backfield. They get him the ball on the flank, one-on-one.
And he's a bundle on one-on-one. Going back to the eye. Back to Dunn. He's right at the line of scrimmage and brought down Lawrence Wright, number 4, that strong safety. He's just right up there on the line of scrimmage so much of the time.
Yeah, Lawrence Wright, he made 18 tackles in the first game between these two. He won the Thorpe Award, Keith, as I know you know, as the best defensive back in the country. He's very active in the Miami community. He's involved with the Right Track program, which does a lot for youngsters in that area.
Dee Feaster checks in now at the tailback spot, relieving Warwick Dunn. Little sprain maybe of the ankle. The pass is thrown hard and a little bit behind, and here's the penalty call coming up. Wayne Messam was held by Antone Lott, and Lott gets flagged for it. So that's a 15-yard penalty and a 1st down for Florida State.
From behind the defense, nice lane to throw through. Had his left arm on there. You see number 9, Lott.
He had him hooked.
Yeah. The official right behind him, the back judge, is looking right at the wide receiver and the corner on that side.
That is the 12th Florida penalty in the ball game. They came into this game with 1,095 yards in penalties.
Well, they are averaging 10 penalties a game. They've already have 12 penalties right now, so they're over their allotment. They just play through them. It doesn't matter to them. It's just the way they play. They're used to them.
First down, all at the gate of 35. Busby back, gets it off, got air under it, Messam down in the corner, out of bounds, incomplete. Little too far. He got away from Lott, though, and he made the catch, even though out of bounds.
It's just a little bit too high. He just threw it too much air under the ball. If you're going to throw it that high, you got to throw it much sooner.
So let's find more about Dunn here from Lynn Swann.
Well, Keith, he's got a cramp in his leg, and so they're working on him on the sideline. Nothing more serious than that, just trying to stretch it out. Keith?
Okay, that's good news for Seminole fans.
17 yards on a 45-yard punt. At the middle spot, he's a junior from Jacksonville. Busby back, pretty good protection, passes away to the sideline, pass is good to Dunn. Warrick Dunn will move it down to about the 45-yard line on the Florida side of the field and make it a first down for the Seminoles. Well, now,
after the break, they do some adjusting. They come out. They've been awfully good. That first play, Warrick Dunn motions out of the backfield. They get him the ball on the flank, one-on-one.
And he's a bundle on one-on-one. Going back to the eye. Back to Dunn. He's right at the line of scrimmage and brought down Lawrence Wright, number 4, that strong safety. He's just right up there on the line of scrimmage so much of the time.
Yeah, Lawrence Wright, he made 18 tackles in the first game between these two. He won the Thorpe Award, Keith, as I know you know, as the best defensive back in the country. He's very active in the Miami community. He's involved with the Right Track program, which does a lot for youngsters in that area.
Dee Feaster checks in now at the tailback spot, relieving Warrick Dunn. Little sprain maybe of the ankle. The pass is thrown hard and a little bit behind, and here's the penalty call coming up. Wayne Messam was held by Antone Lott, and Lott gets flagged for it. So that's a 15-yard penalty and a first down for Florida State.
From behind the defense, nice lane to throw through. Had his left arm on there. You see number 9, Lott.
He had him hooked.
Yeah. The official right behind him, the back judge, is looking right at the wide receiver and the corner on that side.
That is the 12th Florida penalty in the ball game. They came into this game with 1,095 yards in penalties.
Well, they are averaging 10 penalties a game. They've already have 12 penalties right now, so they're over their allotment. They just play through them. It doesn't matter to them. It's just the way they play. They're used to them.
First down, all at the gate of 35. Busby back, gets it off, got air under it, Messam down in the corner, out of bounds, incomplete. Little too far. He got away from Lott, though, and he made the catch, even though out of bounds.
It's just a little bit too high. He just threw it too much air under the ball. If you're going to throw it that high, you got to throw it much sooner.
So let's find more about Dunn here from Lynn Swann.
Well, Keith, he's got a cramp in his leg, and so they're working on him on the sideline. Nothing more serious than that, just trying to stretch it out. Keith?
Okay, that's good news for Seminole fans.
Second down and 10, 24-17. Florida has the lead. We're in the third quarter, 11:49 to play in the quarter. And time here called by Florida State. We'll be right back. The backfield for Florida State. So they stretched out the cramp.
Yep. Tonight he has 9 rushes for 29 yards. First game was much more productive. Second
down and 10 from the 35 for the nose. Guns in motion. And you got flags and whistles. And the penalty is going to be on somebody along the left side of that offensive line for wiggling before the snap.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty, and it remains second down.
ABC Sports coverage of the 1997 Nokia Sugar Bowl, brought to you by NASDAQ, providing vital investment information to America's individual investors. So put the ball back at the 40 and make it second down and 15 now.
Checking off.
Gators are coming. Give it a Pooh Bear. And he runs it inside the 35 down to near the 33. Shea Showers was bold and brave enough to go underneath that moving mountain and bring him down.
Well, that was a nice check off. The Pooh Bear is 285 and doesn't carry the ball very often. They had little Warwick Dunn blocking for him, and he did a nice job.
Showers only weighs 171 pounds. He's that spot remaining.
You got to give the ball to those big fullbacks every now and then just to keep them happy.
On third down, Busby throws it. And it is caught. But it is not a first down. Andre Cooper with a fine catch. I mean, the coverage was there. Cooper made a good play. He came back to get it.
Wary was on the coverage, and he had to come back. A couple of yards short, so they'll go for a field goal.
It'll be a 45-yard try by Scott Bentley. He's 1 for 1 tonight. He hit from 43 yards. This one is on its way. Plenty of leg. And it's good. And so the Seminoles make it a 24-20 ball game. It's a 24-20 ball game. Ike Hilliard and Elijah Williams are deep for the Florida Gators. These are two very talented football teams, but the thing I like about both of them is they got grit. Boy, they won't quit. They keep clawing and scratching. That's a yard deep in the end zone by Hilliard. Pretty good lick laid on Mr. Hilliard up at the 22-yard line. There, the Gators will go to work.
Two Heisman Trophy winners right there talking. There's a look at what Wuerffel has done tonight. They've had 29 pass plays. He's been hit on about half of them and knocked down 13 times, 3 sacks. And most of those pass plays have been from the shotgun formation.
Well, he didn't get that 2 extra yards, did he? They put it right on the 20. And Danny starts out of the shotgun. And here comes Messrs. Boulware and Wilson, and they flush him. Now he throws, and it is just over the head of Ike Hilliard. Ike being covered by Byron Capers.
That was just good coverage downfield. Capers and the rest. Wuerffel was scrambling around, buying some time, giving all of his receivers a little more time to get open, and nobody did. That's 4 plays for Spurrier in the second half, and really nothing as he had 2 running plays on the first possession, and then a pass, and now the first play is a pass here. He needs to get something going. Look out for the blitz here.
Look at Smith creeping up. Now he drops off. He passes away and thrown over the head of the intended receiver, Nafis Kareem.
It's a nice fake. They faked Danny out. The safeties were inching up like they were going to come. Thought he had to get rid of the ball quickly. There's the winner right there. There's a look from the shotgun. A new award this year, the Frank Broyles Award goes to the top assistant coach of the year, and Mickey Andrews won that, Keith, and very deservedly, as you know.
Great award. Assistant coaches have been overlooked too long.
Yep.
Werfel back. Passes away. It is caught by Riddell Anthony, but he is short of the first down. James Colsey took a shot at the interception. Didn't quite get it.
It's going to be 4th and short, and Spurrier's over there thinking about it.
He can't be thinking about it. You can't go for it on 4th down inside your 30-yard line, can you?
He's done it before. Done it before. But, you know, he just hates to give the ball up. He's only had the ball 6 plays. He's had it 2 possessions. He's been 3 and out both times. Second half.
Robbie Stevenson's 6th punt. Having a good night. Oh, that's maybe his best one. Oh, it runs all the way back inside the 5, rolling dead. Look at this. Oh, holy smoke.
Great kick.
Deep Feaster pulled his hands away from it, didn't touch it, and the ball rolled all the way back to the 2-yard line, and it's a 68-yard punt. Monday night on ABC, Ton Loc, guest on a brand new episode of Dangerous Minds, starring Annie Potts, then Harry Hamlin in his most surprising role. Michelle Green stars in the world premiere of Badge of Betrayal on the Monday night movie on ABC. So the Seminoles continue their poor field position. They've been in this fix a lot tonight.
Exactly right, Keith. And you got to be careful down here. The Gators have 6 defensive touchdowns on the year. Look out!
Ball's thrown away. I mean, he was just walloped by Johnny Rutledge back in the ball game, and you got a Seminole shaken up right on the goal line.
There's a look at Rutledge, 58. Just comes through untouched. The referee is looking at the quarterback. He wants to get the ball to Dunn. That's where he was going with it.
I think Dunn is the man that's down on the field. Yeah, it is Warwick Dunn who is down on the field. So they may be going back to that cramp. The way they're working on it, it looks like it. Once you get a cramp started, and remember you're in the Superdome, so it's quite warm. And once you get a cramp going, it's hard to get that thing out of it. You see the Wright come over and slap him on the rump because everybody respects that kid. Not only as a football player, but as a person.
But those two kids are good guys too, Dunn and Wright. They've been going at this for 4 years, and Feaster is in the ball game now, Keith. Normally Rock Preston would be in, as you mentioned earlier. Preston academically ineligible.
But when you don't have Warwick Dunn in your backfield, you're going without a wheel.
You're missing something. There's no question.
Busby gets it away, throwing it deep down the sidelines, and it is incomplete. Almost intercepted by Anton Locke.
And I really think Locke would have intercepted it if he hadn't been hit by his own man.
Laverne Coles, and he didn't. He may have speed, but he had Locke was running right with him.
Yeah, but watch this at the very end. Watch the Wright from the right side of the screen is going to come in and knock the ball loose. Right here. And Lott, number 9, gets up and starts yelling at him.
Well.
Wright's going to get up and says, if you hadn't knocked it loose, I could have caught it. Gets up and starts yelling at him. Those defensive backs don't get a chance to get many of them.
Well, they try to run it with Feaster, and they get it out to the 5, and now they turn it over to Sean Liss and the kicking team guys and say, bail us out again, will you? It is their 6th punt, and Liss has been over 40 all night.
Let's go back to that last play. Now watch Lott, number 9. He thought he got a chance at interception. Why'd you come over? I had that ball. Oh, boy.
Got to be careful. Steps back out of the end zone. It'll cost him 2. Didn't get all of it, but it's a tail dragger. If they let it hit the ground, it'll take off. Jaquez Green fields it at midfield. And look out. Inside the 25. Liss, the punter, made the tackle.
No question that the special teams for the Gators have stepped up big here tonight. Great field position all day long for Florida. He does a smart thing here, stopping the ball from rolling. Now he gets all the way over to the sideline where he's got a little help, some white jerseys. Great field position.
Fred Taylor is the running back. He's got the ball. He's inside the 10. And a penalty flag. And another one.
Arrow puts on the tackle.
It's got to be a late hit, Keith. Piling on, I think.
Big 12 officials. Randy Crystal, the referee.
Dead ball. Personal foul on the defense. It'll be a half the distance penalty with an automatic first down.
That hurts Florida State.
I think Renard Wilson comes and piles on a little bit late. Right there. Yeah, that's a good call.
So Fred Taylor is in there again as the running back. They're going to snap the ball from about the 4-yard line, and Wuerffel goes up under center. Give it to Taylor. He'll move it down to about the 2. You know, the big fellas in the middle, Wadsworth, Spain, Spires, they've been pretty quiet tonight, Bob.
Yes, they have. That offensive line, getting Mo Collins and Zach Pillar back at the tackles, have really done a nice job in that offensive line.
Second down and goal from the 2. Taylor again, and this time he is hit behind the line of scrimmage by number 30, Chevin Smith, the strong safety. So Smith shows up at a critical time.
Look at Chevin Smith right here. He's going to come in untouched. This is dangerous on the goal line. This could have cost a fumble if he would have gotten there a split second sooner.
Ball is on the 3. It's 3rd and goal.
Changing the play. Too much time.
Burn the clock.
Or was there motion? Yeah, motion, yeah.
Motion, was it?
Dead ball. Ball start on the offense. Remains 3rd down after a 5-yard penalty.
That's why college teams don't watch the guard next to the center. That's why college teams don't like to check off a lot, Keith, especially cold checkoffs where they're not expecting it, because a lot of times when you check off, you change the snap count. Or when you change the play, the offensive linemen are burning. There's like smoke coming out of their ear holes. Oh, geez, what do I do on this play? And they move a little soon.
Well, they don't want to miss this opportunity if they can help it, so Steve Spurrier calls time to talk. And we'll be back. A bit of a cramp that has incapacitated him here in the second half of play. So the 5-yard penalty makes it 3rd down, or 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. And back to the shotgun. Wuerffel's pass, a little quick pop thrown in there, and it is touchdown by Hilliard. That is his 3rd of the night. Edmiston for the extra point. Good. Goes back to an 11-point lead for the Florida Gators. 31-20 at 5:43 to play in the 3rd quarter.
Take a look. Spurrier spreads you out. 2 on this side, 2 on the top. Hilliard is here at the top. He's just going to run a little bit of a slant. The formation spreads out the defense. The inside slot receiver goes up. The linebacker, Crockett, almost gets a piece of that ball. As you mentioned, Hilliard for the 3rd touchdown of the game. Almost. I think that's what Bowden was reacting to on the sideline. Wadsworth, 85, getting there just a second too late. People ask me why he loves it. Took a timeout to get the right play on and barely got it in, he says. People ask me why Danny Wuerffel is so good. Keith, first of all, he makes good decisions. And secondly, he's got a tremendous touch on the football. Forget about mobility, forget about arm strength. He makes good decisions and he's got a great touch.
5-yard line, Peter Warrick. About the 23 on the return. 1966, Steve was the MVP in the Sugar Bowl. He's had his share of glories from the city of New Orleans. Missouri 20, Florida 18. Score of the game. Played back in those days in the old Tulane Stadium, which is now gone. In fact, Tommy Bowden, another of Bobby's son, named the head coach recently at Tulane University here in New Orleans. From the 23-yard line, Busby pulls it down and takes off. And does a hook slide and gets it out near the 30. The pros can hook slide and escape punishment. Rule doesn't exist in the college book.
So look at starting field position, big in favor of Florida. A lot of that is special teams. College, if you slide, you're down already.
You're down already.
Yeah, you don't need anybody to touch you. No.
Boy, there's nothing there. They were coming, 4 of them, and Reggie McGrew was the first one to get a piece of D. Feaster. And they roll him back some.
Bob Stoops, the defensive coordinator, doing a nice job shutting down the running game, taking away the bread and butter of Florida State and forcing Busby to put it in the air.
He is an intense young man, isn't he? He's wired. Absorbed. 3rd down now and 4 from the 29. Busby's pass down the middle of the field into double coverage for E.G. Green, and it is incomplete. 2 Gators defending, and so the Seminoles have got to kick it.
Here's a look at the coverage. This ball is going to be thrown a little bit behind him. You see how far he got pushed to the inside of the field. The ball was a little bit behind him. I don't think Busby expected him to be that far across, but he was jammed at the line of scrimmage.
Green is standing back on the 30. 7th punt of the night for Sean Bliss. Good one. It runs Green back to the 22. And then he is tackled at the 27 by Jermaine Stringer. And penalty flag.
49 yards on the punt.
Face mask, 5-yard penalty on the kicking team. It'll be a first down.
Puts the ball at the 32-yard line for the Gators. First down. They lead 31-20 with 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. 13 flags on the Gators for 91 yards.
21 flags all, and that's a pocket full of flags, I want to tell you.
And out of the shotgun, hand the ball to Terry Jackson. And he got a quick start. And he runs for what appears to be very close to a first down. Monday late night, politically incorrect, starting Bill Maher. Offers first night guests Roseanne Coolio, Ariana Huffington, and G. Gordon Liddy. Politically incorrect, Bill Maher, premiering Monday after Nightline on ABC. They will measure. 3:39 remaining in the third quarter. Here's your attendance for the Nokia Sugar Bowl. It is a new Sugar Bowl record. 78,344. Tickets for a tough ticket, basically. Florida folks, of course, not too far away, and they braved the fog and came.
Well, and of course, it's a national championship game, and it's not a cheap ticket either. It's an expensive ticket.
Got that right.
Bobby's on the headphones talking to Mark Richt, the offensive coordinator, just giving him ideas. He doesn't call the plays anymore. He's just giving him ideas. Throw the ball, run it. How about some reverses, gimmicks? What are we doing?
Go to Jackson for the first down. It was 2.5 yards, and he picked up a couple and move it out to the 44, and there the Gators will move the chains and put up first down. Bush and Boulware, though they may have been a bit tender because of flu problems coming in, they have played most of the game. The Gator offensive line, though, has been the big difference I've seen in the ballgame tonight. Really has. This is Jackson and a penalty flag. Both the linesmen threw their flags on that play, but they both saw the same thing, apparently.
Illegal formation on the offense.
Here's Lynn Swan.
Thank you, Keith. I'm with Jeff Mitchell, the man who would be starting at center for the Gators. Jeff, big improvement in the offensive line from the last game with Florida State. What makes the difference?
You know, the guys are playing great. We got the right schemes on. They're picking up the protection. They just, you know, it's a one-on-one battle now. It's, you know, who's the better player, and that's what's going to boil down to.
Is it the extra work coming into this bowl game for the center and the offensive line?
Yeah, definitely. You know, we got a lot of young, inexperienced guys in there. They've been working hard. You got Donnie Young, who's leading them and trying to coach them up extra. So, you know, that always helps a lot.
You're not in because of the ankle injury. You won't be able to make the combine. When will you heal up to give pro football your shot?
Hopefully about March. I'll be able to run for the scouts and get a good time in there, I hope.
All right, Jeff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lee.
He's a good one. They really missed him.
Third team All-American.
Yep. On first down from the 39-yard line. Jackson again. He's running with abandon. is letting it rip. And he's on the Florida State side of the field at the 48-yard line.
You've got defensive ends. Watch Wilson, 55. When you've got defensive ends that come up the field hard, you hardly have to block them. Little draw play. Give it to the back. He's already gone. Collins now comes back to block, but the halfback is already gone. That's one of the things that Spurrier's doing, draw plays inside those ends that are rushing wide.
Jackson again, he's going to have the first down at the Florida State 45-yard line. There comes a time in every football game, no matter how fancy you are, though, Bob, where you've just got to hunker down and play football. Test each other, mano a mano, and right now that's what the Gators are doing.
Well, the Gators were down coming out the second half. The first two possessions, they were 3 and out as you take a look at Warrick Dunn back on the sideline. The Gators were 3 and out, and then they had that great punt by Stevenson that backed Florida State up. And then when Florida State kicked, they had that great return and got good field position and took that in to score. So it was the special teams that turned Florida around here in the second half.
Wuerffel gets the ball away, it's in, dropped. 2 men had a chance to intercept it, and neither did. Mario Edwards was the second one to drop it.
You get the opportunity, you've got to make the plays, Keith. Florida State is #1 in the nation, ranked #1. They are undefeated, but yet their turnover ratio is 0. They've given the ball up as many times as they've taken it away.
Boulware got through again, as you saw.
And normally when you're first in the nation, ranked first in the nation, Keith, you're way up there in takeaways. You got to catch that ball. Somebody's got to make a play for Florida State. The defense in the first game made a lot of plays.
Look out, Anthony's open. He's got some room. And they finally take him down at about the 16-yard line. First down, Gators.
Bobby knows that things are kind of slipping away.
Riddell Anthony has caught touchdown passes in 11 consecutive games, an NCAA record this season. Mickey Andrews, whose defense is beleaguered right now, has called the timeout. He does not want the players huddled out on the field. He wants them at the sideline so he can talk to them.
You can see they're tired. They just gave up. He just gave up an interception. 2 of his defenders were battling the ball around. Should have picked it off going the other way, and now they're in deep trouble. Little slant. Wuerffel throwing it quick over the linebacker and in front of the defensive backs. That's not an easy throw. Riddell Anthony has caught 11 passes the last 2 games he's played. He caught 11 against Florida State, and he caught 11 against Alabama.
A minute 13 left in the third quarter. The Gators at 31-20. They're looking to increase it. And Florida State's defense worn out right now. Join us on America Online for live interactive play-by-play stats of today's game. That's keyword ABC Sports on America Online. Lynn Swann.
I'm with John Wuerffel. John, you were telling me you're a little nervous watching your son out there play.
Yeah, it's hard not to be nervous, but as they're running the ball like that and running the ball, that makes me less nervous.
When you saw the way he played that first game against Florida State, the kind of hits, what was going through your mind as a parent?
Oh, that's too many hits. It's too often. You get worried that he's not going to walk away. But he's been getting up every time with a lot of prayers and a lot of weight lifting and making himself as tough as he can, but it scares you.
All right, Keith.
All right, thank you. John is an Air Force chaplain, and his dad, Dwayne Young, got to wiggling. Donnie Young got to wiggling around a little bit, I think, on that play, and you've got a procedure call coming here. Got a little temper right there to cool down.
False start on the offense. It remains first down.
Donnie Young is the offensive leader in that offensive line. Got a lot of young guys around him. He's a fifth-year senior, all-conference player. He's a finalist for the Outland Award. Tough player.
No, don't want to be sassing him too much. 315 pounds. Ball comes back to the 21-yard line now, where it's first down and 15. Cripps, the bottom of the picture. That's 3 wideouts. You got Jackson, you got Green and Anthony, and now they don't like what they've got, and you've got a timeout.
Let's go back to that previous play. That's the 96 at Spain and Young. They've been going at it all night.
That's the 15th penalty on the Gators for 101 yards. And that 15 penalties ties the Sugar Bowl record held by the Miami Hurricane. When the helmet comes off, it would seem to me that no matter how severe your case of pique might be, one would be looking for a little solace from his pals. That'd be not the place to hide without my helmet.
You're trying to say you're not going to go and get in any arguments, huh?
That's right.
Wuerffel has found Hilliard 3 times tonight. This kid can really move.
He'll be playing on Sunday next year.
Well, it's been Anthony up until this point. The previous 2 games, it was the other receiver on the other side. Hilliard was kind of laying in the bushes, but tonight, it's Ike Hilliard.
The talk is that Anthony's going to come out. Not much has been said about Hilliard, but a game like this, under these circumstances, against a quality opponent, might have some influence.
Well, he said the other day, Hilliard, that he was going to stay, but
you never know.
You have to notify the league, the NFL, by January the 10th. They're coming out.
First and 15 from the 21 now. Jaquez Green caught it, and somebody just launched him at the sidelines. The pass is complete.
There's a good shot. Nobody even blocks the defensive end, and Wuerffel still gets this ball off.
Now watch this hit. Roy Saunders got most of that. Lamont Green was there.
It's a great example, though, Keith, of how the shotgun has worked to perfection here this evening. Nobody even blocked the defensive end. I think it was Wilson, and he still got the ball off to the wide receiver.
It's second down 11 from the 17. Handed off to Taylor. And the junior from Belle Glade is stopped pretty much along the line of scrimmage. Got 1 yard out of the play. So everything's got kind of ragged down here. Once they got down in the door knocking area, it got ragged. Third down and 10.
You don't see many head coaches in college football calling their own signals to their quarterback out on the field.
You got Anthony and Hilliard both down toward the bottom of the picture. Hilliard down the middle. Wuerffel takes off the other way, running for the corner, and he's in there, I think. What do you got there? They've been pounding him on it all night. Finally, he just pulled it down and ran as hard as he could and just made it into the corner. And it's Edmiston now for the extra point. To 20, Florida lead. At 13 seconds to play in the third quarter.
Wuerffel putting on a clinic, Keith. And who better to do it? The Heisman Trophy winner, throwing touchdown passes. And then when it needs to be run in, everything's to the left side. There are no receivers to the right. Now watch as he breaks out to the right side. There's nobody out there. Wuerffel just says, I'll take it in myself. He's looking to our right side. That's where all the receivers are. And when you look that way, you pull all the defenders that way. There is nothing back to our left side, and he just gets it in.
Kevin Smith back there and Darrell Bush looked upfield, and they were almost a full step late getting started when they said, what? Danny Wuerffel is running? And he scores. Well, now, this thing can get lopsided pretty quick.
That was a big score right there.
Yep. 13 seconds to play in the third quarter. Matt Teague will kick off to Peter Warwick and Dee Feaster. Short. At the 4, Feaster. Right around the 24-yard line with 6 seconds remaining in the third quarter. One of the biggest surprises of the entire postseason was Stanford's lopsided win over Michigan State.
I was surprised.
Yep. Really good football games, though. This one was a little bigger spread than I thought it would be, too. Tennessee over Northwestern. Feaster is the tailback. Warwick Dunn still not rid of that cramp that's been bothering him through much of the game. Pressure coming. Busby is nailed to the turf. Gets the pass away to Peter Warwick, and it is complete. And you got 2 ticks remaining on the third quarter clock.
Bowden has won 11 straight bowl games and has not lost in 14 bowl games.
Willie Coens is hurt for Florida. Timeout on the field. Here's Lynn Swann.
Well, Keith, Warwick Dunn came out of the locker room. They brought him onto the field. I was told he came onto the sideline. He started to warm up, running up and down the sideline, and he cramped up yet again. He was carried off by 2 guys, completely carried up off the ground back into the locker room to get more fluids by an IV, and that's where he is at this moment.
Keith, it makes me wonder about the training of Florida State. Maybe they worked him too hard. Maybe they didn't have the right fluids. Maybe they ate something, because coming into the ball game, before the game, Darrell Bush, the middle linebacker, and Peter Boulware, we were told, had been sick all day and had been on IV.
Here's another cramp.
That's a gator, though.
Yeah, it's a gator, yeah. But it's another cramp.
But
it's warm, for one thing.
Yeah, it's warm. But I'm just saying, 3 of Florida State players have had the same problem.
He's going to walk off.
That's Jackson coming. And Busby does a nice job to get it away and complete the pass.
And it is 2nd down and 3 from 31. Nope. No chance. He was looking at Andre Cooper. The ball is incomplete. 38-20 Florida leads. We'll be back with the final quarter of the Nokia Sugar Bowl after this message and the word from our ABC station.
It's one of the most...
quarter of play from the 1996 Nokia Sugar Bowl. The Florida Gators, number 3 in the nation, leading number 1 Florida State by a score of 38-20. As Busby drops back and lets it go down the sidelines for Wayne Messam, and he's out of bounds. It is incomplete. Normally you would say, and there's no reason to think otherwise, that if Florida beats Florida State, the number 1 team, then the Gators would rise back to the top of the national polls, because number 2 Arizona State was beaten yesterday in the Rose Bowl by Ohio State in a magnificent college football game. So right now, down by 18 points, the Seminoles, facing a punt at 14:54 to play in the game, are getting somewhere near the desperate level if they are to reach back and pull this thing out. This will be the 8th punt of the night by Sean Liss. Florida has never won a national championship. This is a killer punt. I mean, it is enormous. It runs Jaquez Green all the way back to the 13-yard line. He escapes. And finally, he is run out of bounds across the way at about the 13. That was a 52-yard punt and a 1-yard return. Bobby Bowden has a national championship.
And the University of Miami, Keith, has 4. That's in-state in Florida, and that's who Spurrier has to recruit against. This would be his first, and everything has gone just about what we said that Florida needed to do, and that is give Wuerffel time to throw and stop Warrick Dunn, and they have done both.
They give a great big Waterford Crystal trophy to the national champion, given by Sears, and the fellow carrying it yesterday almost dropped it. From the 13, it is Elijah Williams, down hard at about the 11-yard line. Solid hit by James Posey, the cornerback.
James Posey, tackle, a month on play.
As a look at the numbers after 3 quarters, big thing is at the bottom, the field position, big in favor of University of Florida. A lot of penalties.
Second down and 12, the ball on the 11. Seminoles have got to pin them down right here. They have to in order to get decent field position. Wilson flushes him. Wilson's after him. Wilson got him. Boulware's on top of it. So both those defensive ends involved in that play, though it was Raynard Wilson who made the tackle.
This is the 4th sack of Wuerffel today. That defensive line, as we mentioned, led the nation in quarterback sacks this year, but it's Wuerffel that has gotten the best of them. Even though they have sacked him 4 times and hurried him a bunch of other ones, the shotgun has allowed him to get rid of the football and connect for some big plays.
It is on the 4-yard line, 3rd and 19, and they've been dangerous on 3rd and long all night. They run it. There's nothing there. So the Seminole defense does its job. It pins the Gators down and will force the punt out of the end zone, and they should come out of this with good field position. But they are without Warrick Dunn right now. Peter Warrick is back to receive the punt. Bobby Stevenson going to the end zone. There's Peter. Last punt from Stevenson was a career best of 69, but it wasn't fielded. I think this one will be. He gets it out. He didn't kill it, but it's caught by Peter Warrick. He splits the pursuers and comes back across the 35 to about the 33. And so the Seminole defense does its job and gives the offense the ball on the Florida 33.
Are you ready for
ABC, ABC.
That's
Danny Werfel on the sidelines. Florida State has the football at their Florida 33. Desperately in need of a score. As you see, being #1 in postseason play over the years has not been a particular advantage.
It's the best field position of the game for Florida State.
Going deep for the corner, and it is short, and there's whistles and penalty flags back at the line of scrimmage. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a penalty against Florida State.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. 5-yard penalty.
How many times
first down?
We've had so many false start calls tonight. Must be the noise in the dome.
The noise in the stadium, Keith. It's got to be. That ball was whistled dead even before the snap. Receiver was open. If the ball would have been out there, it could have had a touchdown.
Yep. He had a good step and a half on the defender.
Yes.
So the ball comes back to the 38-yard line, where it is 1st and 15.
This is a very loud. It's tough to hear in here, Keith. Just the hum when you're not yelling and screaming. It's very loud. I remember playing in here a long time ago and had that problem.
That's down the middle, and is lucky to get it back. Ball was thrown behind the receiver. Down the middle, E.G. Green. And it will be 2nd down and 15.
That ball was almost intercepted. Tiki Brown thought he could have that one if the ball was not been deflected.
We're in the 4th quarter.
Florida
State's in trouble.
Needs to get something out of this drive, Keith. They're down by 18 points.
What do you reckon the Arizona State Sun Devils are thinking about watching this?
Yep.
Sideline, no. No chance. Peter Warrick was over there. But he was standing. The ball was thrown. He couldn't run it down. Kendra has not seen any action in this ball game. So you're going to see him some next year. Busby is 3 of 11 for 25 yards in the 2nd half. I don't know that it's all Busby's fault.
Well, both defenses have tightened up in the 2nd half, Keith, and they did that the first game also. It's just good adjustment.
That's an incomplete forward pass intended for Dee Feaster out of the backfield. Wayne Thomas playing in relief of James Bates, the middle linebacker. Bates is out with a concussion for Florida. And Thomas made the play.
Well, they're going to go for a field goal here, and it's going to be a long one.
Be a big one.
He was kicking them from 55 yards in practice during the week.
Well, his career long is 49 against Maryland. And they're going to put this one down just beyond the 45. So this will go in the books as 55 yards. And it's no good. Short by a little bit and wide right by a little bit.
Please keep all hands and arms inside the vehicle until the ride comes to a complete stop. Get $1,000 cash back, or at least a new Plymouth Breeze for 0 down and $249 a month. $4.99 due and sign.
Alex!
McDonald's, America's favorite fries. Go get them.
Recently, an independent group of brewmasters and beer experts conducted a tasting of just about every major beer in the country. For 4 months, they sampled regular and ice beers for character, flavor, and overall quality. And in the end, the judges named one beer the best tasting beer in America, Old Milwaukee. So when you want the best tasting beer, now you know where to turn. Old Milwaukee.
Hi, I'm Bill Maher, and if you tune into Politically Incorrect, you'll hear divergent voices humorously arguing about the big issues of the day. If you already hear those voices, please consult a physician.
As a result of the Seminoles going for the field goal and not getting it, the Florida Gators now get the ball back at their own 38-yard line. Good field position, and Danny Wuerffel back on the field, goes under center.
That was critical, Keith. Florida State had great field position and came away with no points.
Gary Jackson, the big back, is in there now, and he just hammers straight ahead and picks up about 3 yards out to the 41. It was Steve Spurrier that provided the outburst of rhetoric in the wake of the game in Tallahassee, where he literally accused Florida State of late hits.
I think more than that, and he almost accused Bobby Bowden, and Bobby took it personally. He says the players are taught that way, to hit late, and he directed his comments at Mickey Andrews and to Bobby Bowden. I don't think it influenced the outcome of this ball game at all.
That pass is completed for a first down to Ike Hilliard, who has had a monster night for the Florida Gators. First down at the Florida State 48-yard line.
I think what influenced the outcome of this game so far is the fact that they were in the shotgun, and Wuerffel has been able to get rid of the ball without getting the sacks and the turnovers.
And the offensive line play picked up some.
Yes, they got 2 offensive linemen back, Collins and Pillar.
And the special teams played well.
The special teams played well, and this field in this environment is much more conducive to their brand of ball.
9 Seminoles up on that line of scrimmage. Not going to do much running with that many people up there. Gary Jackson tries, doesn't get anything out of it. Ike Hilliard in the ball game tonight, 7 catches, 150 yards, 3 touchdowns. And what was that thing you said, the thing was going around town this week about the 2 coin flips?
Yeah, they were going to have 2 coin. The joke was we got 2 coin tosses, one to see who got the ball and the other to see whether they're going to play touch or tackle.
They're tired. It's tough when you come in here. There's, it's inside. It's warm, 70+ degrees. You put 80,000 people in here. It's probably closer to 80 degrees. That carry is Terry Jackson. Of course, in the Superdome, they have to have air conditioners running all the time. The generators, enormous amount of money invested in generators, so that if they have a power outage, they can keep the air conditioner running. You know what would happen if they suddenly went off, don't you?
What would happen?
You'd get an indoor thunderstorm.
Cool everybody off.
Yep. Ball is on the 42 now for the Gators. 3rd down and 4. Florida State defense has been on the field a lot tonight, and been selling out on most of the plays tonight. Stay with the run. It's Jackson. He's gone. Touchdown. 42 yards. Celebrating, but right now I don't give a hoot about that.
I think they're just starting their celebration a little early.
8:52, and after the point, they lead by 25. Jackson, 10 carries, 113 yards and a touchdown. He's had a big game too. Bart Edmiston. Up and in. 45-20 Florida.
From behind the defense, look at the hole. Great blocking in that offensive line. Florida does the rest.
Maybe you think only those jet set types need a Nokia cellular phone.
Hi, it's me. Flight's delayed.
Well, now Nokia's making cellular phones so easy.
Late. Can I skip my bath?
They're practically child's play.
Attention, Flight 11 is delayed.
Can I call you back?
With Nokia's big, easy-to-read screens, last number redial, and sleek designs.
No, don't hold dinner. I'm eating my body weight in hot dogs. No, wait up. You gotta tuck me in.
So get set to join the jet set. Nokia, Europe's leading cellular phone, also made in America, connecting people.
Let's get real. Brakes stop your wheels, but tires stop your car. Goodyear AquaTread 2 has a deeper, wider aqua channel than the original AquaTread to sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. AquaTread, only from Goodyear.
It's the end of the year, and there's something special coming. It's the special delivery sale from the Clever Idea people at Plymouth. Right now, get Plymouth Voyager Plus with air conditioning and 7-passenger seating at no extra charge. All for this low price. Lease Plymouth Breeze with 0 down for $249 a month, just $499 due at signing. Or buy the fun-loving Plymouth Neon Espresso for this great price. So be clever and get your presents early during the Plymouth Special Delivery Sale. Only at your Plymouth dealer.
2 ex-presidents. It's an honor, sir. Want to run the country.
You think that was the tires?
But is the country ready for them? And the critics think it's hilarious. My Fellow Americans. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
The Nokia Sugar Bowl. This ABC Sports exclusive brought to you by Nokia, proud sponsor of the Nokia Sugar Bowl. Nokia, connecting people. Plymouth, one clever idea after another, that's Plymouth. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. And Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth.
The Florida Gators leading 45-20, kick it off. It's Coles from the 1. And out of bounds up around the 22. The Gators have run off 21 unanswered points to lead by 25. Tuesday night on ABC, we invite you to start the new year with a brand new episode of NYPD Blue. Jimmy Smits and Dennis Franz starring in an all-new Blue Tuesday.
Think back about a month ago, Moss, about 33 days when Florida and Florida State played.
Yep.
Florida was #1 in the country and undefeated. Yep. They got beat and dropped to #4. Yep. Everybody else in front of them was undefeated. Right. Except Nebraska, they had a loss. Then Nebraska got beat.
Incomplete pass.
Then Nebraska got beat and dropped below, and Florida moved up to 3. And then Arizona State got beat yesterday. And Florida now moved up to 2, theoretically. And now they play the #1 team, and now they're back. They beat Florida State, now they're back up at the top. What if they would have dropped from 1 to 5 behind Ohio State? In the rankings.
Well, I think their long tenure as #1, which lasted 10 weeks, was certainly something of an influence there.
And I think losing on the road at Tallahassee in a close game.
Well, the team, Florida goes ahead and wins this, and I right now don't see any particular reason why they shouldn't. 45-20. You're going to have Florida State, Florida, BYU, Arizona State, and Ohio State all with 1 loss. The team that would possibly be in a posture, the only team I think really to be in a posture of challenging the Gators' claim for #1 might be Ohio State. And I don't think they will get a vote, enough votes to do that. That's Melvin Pearsall, who finally sees the ball for the first time tonight, the tight end, and has a big play out of it, moves the ball all the way to the 48-yard line. I do think this, though, Bob, and I'm going to say it plainly and clearly, I think there's some feeling about the alliance and that probably Ohio State might lose some votes because they have not been part of the alliance up to this point in time.
Here's a look giving Florida the win and Florida State the loss.
Yep.
5 teams with 1 loss.
Pearsall had that one on his fingers for a while, but never did have possession, so it's an incomplete forward pass.
And really, Keith, it all depends when you lose.
Absolutely.
If you lose your last game, like Arizona State, and if you win your last game, like Florida has, and who you beat. Florida lost to Florida State when Florida State was number 2, and then they beat Florida State when they were number 1. They worked themselves back up. I think they got the right team on top. I think you got to give it to Florida.
I wouldn't disagree with it. Hit as he threw, and it bounces away incomplete. It will be then the first national championship for a Florida football team, meaning that there now rests in the state of Florida a total of 6 banners. It's enough to make South Carolina and Alabama cranky.
6 banners in the last 12 or 13 years.
Yes, right. Not to mention Georgia and Tennessee. And Indiana, and Ohio, and Michigan, and California. 7.5 minutes to play in the game, and Busby throws down the middle and is picked off. Yeah. It's Tico Brown. And Tico comes back to about the 49-yard line. So trying to force one down the middle for Peter Warrick. It sails away from him, and it is picked off. And that might have been the door slammer.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I'm Tiger Woods.
I am Tiger Woods. I am Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods. I'm Tiger Woods.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time, by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Well, Visa Gold bought you the clubs and the clothes and 3 rounds at breathtaking Pebble Beach. The one thing it couldn't buy you was a single decent shot.
I quit! Finish without me!
I can't. Those were my clubs.
Fortunately, it had enough purchasing power for your next set of clubs.
Graphite.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Twin brothers, separated for 30 years, but it's never too late for revenge.
You get to watch me become you.
Jack Wagner, Echo, ABC Sunday.
Go back and take a look at that last interception. It comes off the foot of Shea Showers, number 2, Tico Brown.
It didn't hit the ground. It came off his foot, right?
Right.
Finally get it. It's going to be Florida putting the ball in play all the way back on the 30-yard line instead of having it up on the 49 where it was a minute ago. So apparently,
I don't understand that.
I don't either.
I don't understand why they moved it back. Gave the ball interception, but
that's Fred Taylor, and he may have 1 yard out of that carry. Here are the national champions who have come out of this bowl game as champions, and you can see there are a lot of them, much more than you might think. And I'm humming along here looking at it, and from 1976, Grease, I've done all of those. And boy, have we had some great games. Well, I didn't. 73 was. I didn't do that one, but there have been some wonderful football games played here in the Sugar Bowl. Wow. Oh, it's an inadvertent whistle call. I guess somebody blew the whistle because they thought the ball had hit the ground, but that's what the officials explained, the reason for moving from the Florida State 49 all the way back to the Florida 30.
Well, you got to hand it to Danny Wuerffel. Goes to New York, wins the Heisman Trophy, plays for a national championship, and it looks as though they're going to get it.
Heisman winners have not always done terribly well, however, in the Sugar Bowl game. Toretto lost here. Wuerffel's going to win here. Davy O'Brien was a Heisman winner.
Let me ask you a question there, Hoss. The last Heisman Trophy winner to win a national championship.
Danny Wuerffel.
No, you don't have to look too far now.
No. I got up at 5 this morning. Why are you asking me a
Played for the other team. CW.
Charlie Ward.
There you go.
Florida's 45 points, incidentally, scored in a new Sugar Bowl record. The old record was 42 by Georgia Tech back in 1954 when Pepper Rogers quarterbacked the Ramblin' Wrecks to a 42-19 win over West Virginia.
We have 2 dead ball fouls, personal fouls against the defense. It'll be a cumulative total of 30 yards.
Oh, my goodness. Here's Lynn Swann.
Keith, we were talking about Danny Wuerffel and all the individual awards, but he knows it's the team that's most important for him. So he's had this hat designed. It's going to be just for his teammates on the Florida Gators. And when the season's over, when this game is over, they're all going to get it as a personal gift from Danny Wuerffel. He is team all the way, Keith.
He's a great youngster.
Quality kid, Keith. Not only did he win the Heisman, but he won the National Football Foundation and Hall of Fame Madrati Award for scholarship, which goes to the nation's top scholar athletes. So he won the Athletic Award in the Heisman, and he won the Scholar Athlete Award. And you don't do that very often in the same year.
Those two teams averaging 10 yards and 10 penalties per game, and about 100 yards coming in. Well, they've gone past that tonight. And Florida State just absorbed 2 15-yard penalties for a total of 30. And it's first down for the Gators at the Florida State 42-yard line. They got enough points. All they got to do now is run out the clock and go have a big party. And I'll bet they will.
Bobby Bowden says, I don't like rematches, especially again an in-state rival. After he got a week to celebrate the win over Florida, and he says when they named the rematch, he says that's like losing 365 days of bragging and strutting rights because you beat your in-state rival.
Yeah, but they're still 1-1.
That's true, but that's, you know, the one everybody's going to talk about
is this one. Outside goes Taylor. They got 3 pretty good tailbacks. Taylor's a junior, and Williams is a junior, and Terry Jackson's only a sophomore.
This team will be back next year. They'll lose Wuerffel, and Steve will have to develop another quarterback.
If they keep Hilliard, if Ike doesn't go out, I mean, it's anticipated that Anthony will, but if Ike doesn't go, then they'll be a pretty good football team. Ella Johnson probably the quarterback. Ball is on the 23. It's a first down. Running the ball. And that's going to be another first down and another penalty flag down around the 13-yard line.
The one big advantage that Spurrier and the Gators had coming into this game, Keith, this is only the second year that the Alliance has had a championship game. Spurrier and the Gators have played in both of them. And last year, the embarrassment of getting beat at the Fiesta Bowl by Tom Osborne in Nebraska had to sting and hurt for quite a long time.
Another personal foul.
Well, I think you're just seeing the frustration here of Seminoles.
Well, as you wind it down and looking at what has happened in the postseason play, BYU winds up with the greatest number of wins, 14-1. Stanford's big win indicates they'll be around not next year. Washington looks like they'll be pretty good out on the West Coast next year. It figures that the same people are going to be prominent in the Big Ten next year. And
I think these two teams right here.
These two teams,
they just got talent behind talent.
They lose Warwick Dunn. He's a senior. Busby's back, and Dan Kendra, he's going to have to play sooner or later. And you'll get his chance this spring to compete for the quarterback job.
Spurrier loses his two top quarterbacks, Werfel and Brian Schottenheimer. Let's take a look at. Now, it was not a good night for him. Only 28 yards rushing and a touchdown and one pass reception for 12 yards.
Wanted to come out and be with his teammates. This is Taylor.
It's tough for Warwick Dunn, the great young man that he is. 5 brothers and sisters that he has helped raise since the death of his mother. Comes back here to his home state, just up the road to Baton Rouge. He came back to Florida. He was, to Florida State. Everybody thought he'd go in the NFL, and he wanted to come back and try and win a championship. He came back hoping to be here for this game, and he made it. Things just haven't worked out for him.
3rd down and goal, the ball at the 4-yard line. Perry Jackson. Boom. Close, but not in.
22.
He's got some leverage when he comes around that corner. But he just misses getting into the end zone. Riddell Anthony comes back into the ball game. Werfel is playing it out. Mobley's the fullback, Jackson the running back. And it's 4th down and goal at the 1. Jackson, there it is. This is convincing. After the point, 52-20.
I think what we've been talking about, Keith, with 5 teams having 1 loss, has been on Steve's mind the last 6, 7, 8 minutes. And I think the last 2 or 3 touchdowns were a statement to say, hey, let's beat this team and beat them good so we can get some more votes.
Well, they've got a 52-20 lead with 2:12 to play.
Everything you need to know about Plymouth Breeze, you already learned in kindergarten. Take turns. Share with others. Follow the rules of safety. And oh yeah, bring something really cool to show and tell. Get $1,000 cash back, or lease the new Plymouth Breeze for $0 down and $249 a month. $4.99 due at signing. One clever idea after another. That's Plymouth.
It is a test, not just of strength, but of the power of the mind. And if you complete the journey, you will be changed forever. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Most people know us as the inventors of a wonder drug, but we also help make fabrics stronger, homes more energy efficient, animals healthier, and we're helping to lead the way in biotech research.
So much good we can do for each other. Oh, what a world it can be.
Bayer. In healthcare, chemicals, and imaging technologies, we cure more headaches than you think.
We go to the final 2/12 of the Nokia Sugar Bowl of 1996, Florida. Now having put its stamp on this one and staked its claim for national championship, leading 52-20. The kickoff by Teague. Matt getting tired. He's worked so hard tonight. That's a high pop-up. It's fielded at about the 12 by Feaster, and he's still pounding with it. Comes out to about the 35-yard line. Sunday night, Lois and Clark moves to a new time, 7/6 Central, with a brand new episode, followed by America's Funniest Home Videos. And then Jack Wagner stars in a world premiere movie event Echo on the Sunday Night Movie. The weekend best, Sunday on ABC. Dan Kendra. Write the name down. He's in there at quarterback now. Florida State. Came out of Pennsylvania. Daddy played for Bobby Bowden in West Virginia. His first pass, he's hit as he throws. It is intercepted. And a penalty flag on the play. Ernie Bedeau, defensive tackle. So Kendra comes in and gets a brutal initiation as he is belted just as he throws. The ball pops up in the air, and it is intercepted. It was Demetric Jackson who hit Kendra.
Face mask. 5-yard penalty on Florida State. First down, 10.
Top of that, the Seminoles get hit with a face mask call. Now Brian Schottenheimer will get some reps in the ball game. Marty Schottenheimer's son.
Steve, why do you think, Keith, why do you think Steve put on his raincoat? It's one of the all-time greats. Leaves the field right there.
Yes, he's put numbers in the book at the University of Florida that until they change the game may never be erased. Sports is a tough thing sometimes when you figure the circumstance for young Kendra getting a chance to play in the Sugar Bowl game, even though the cause is lost. And bolting through is 96 Connell Spain to take down Schottenheimer on the snap. Obviously, there are penalty flags. And years-wise, Steve Spurrier's got on the jacket. He expected it.
Now he took it off. They ought to go get another bucket and come back at him. You know, Steve, an old quarterback, he was thinking he put that jacket on for one reason. Of course. He knew the bucket was coming. Now they ought to outsmart him. They ought to go back and get another bucket of ice and ice water and just come back with that one.
So the first down now is at the 25-yard line, and it's mop-up time. Eugene McCaslin is the tailback. The young Seminoles out there for the first time, a little short-tempered. That play doesn't go anywhere. So it's a matter of letting the clock run and finishing the ball game and going ahead and pass out the trophies. Schottenheimer transferred down to the University of Florida because Brian says he wants to be a coach. And he's come off the field right now. And he wanted to learn the Spurrier system. And he has. This is Noah Brindisi or Brandeis in at quarterback right now. And he's the new one to me. There's a lot of pushing and shoving and whacking and cracking as Eugene McCaslin runs across the field with the football, and now we're inside a minute. And the issue has long since been resolved here. The Florida Gators, number 3, have defeated Florida State, number 1. Number 2, Arizona State, lost yesterday in the Rose Bowl, and the Florida Gators are now anticipating a national championship, their first. The young man in at quarterback right now, number 12, Doug Johnson. He is a freshman from Gainesville, Florida. He's on a baseball scholarship right now. But a lot of people think this may be the quarterback right here next year.
He's here,
And that's going to do it. The ball game is over. The Florida Gators have staked their claim for the national championship of the 1996 season.
Couple of weeks.
Okay, Coach, what was the biggest difference with your team's performance between this game and the last one?
They just beat us in every part of the game. I thought the kicking, the punch that rolled dead on our one, I think they scored off of both of them, I'm not sure. But this kept us in the hole, and we just couldn't capitalize. They just beat the heck out of us in every part of football.
Congratulations on a great season. Let's go to Lynn Swan.
Okay, Steve, congratulations. I think what is going to be a national championship for you, we've got to let you say how you feel at this moment.
Swanee, God has smiled on the Gators, no question about it. Texas did what they had to do, and then Ohio State did it. Of course, we hadn't won it yet. We got to wait on the vote tomorrow. Hopefully it'll work out, but, you know, God smiled on us, and Danny Wuerffel's the best. He's the best player that ever played college quarterback, I'll tell you that.
You got help. You got help from the right places, but the game plan had to come together. A much more physical ball game by your team and a great game plan.
Well, we had to get in the shotgun, and Danny's good in there and get the ball off, and then we was able to run a little bit later, but Danny did it all, and the whole team played super. Proud of everybody.
We'll talk to Danny. Danny, it was a sensational ball game. Your thoughts, your last game as a Gator?
Just have to give all glory and praise to Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior. It's been a wonderful career. So many great friends, so many great moments. It's definitely one of the best. Defense, offense, special teams, punt team, everybody played their best tonight, and we're just real excited.
You played the whole game in that shotgun. You look like you've been in it all your life.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do, and we had to do that to win. So just thankful, very blessed, and I just share all the credit with the teammates.
I think we wish you the best.
Thanks
You've been
a lot.
great asset to college football, a great inspiration for young people.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm done.
All right, Swanee, thanks very much. We hope you enjoyed it. The Florida Gators roll tonight to a victory over the Florida State Seminoles. Happy New Year to you. We hope life is good to you in '97.
Sunday night on ABC, Lois and Clark moves to its new time, 7/6 Central, with a brand new episode, followed by an hour of America's funniest home videos at its new time. Then, Jack Wagner stars in the world premiere of Echo on the ABC Sunday Night Movie. Now stay tuned for your late local news and ABC News Nightliner for most of these ABC stations. This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, home of college football's national championship.
You're watching ABC.
In the desert, you may never run this hard, this far, or this fast. But it's the extremes of off-road racing that help us build our longest-lasting battery ever.
This is the NFL on NBC with host Greg Gumbel and co-host Ahmad Rashad.
Trying to keep the ball away from Elway. Brunell slips away. What a move. Still on his feet. To the sidelines at the 40. Another block. Brunell 30, 25, and dives at the 21. Oh, my.
The Jacksonville Jaguars shocked the football world by upsetting the Denver Broncos 30-27.
And in foggy New England, don't you think the Patriots and Steelers know all about what happened in Denver yesterday? New England plays Pittsburgh today. The winner hosts the AFC Championship next Sunday. The questions of this day: will Jerome Bettis be able to play with his injured groin? And if so, just how effective will he be? 2 years ago, Bill Cowher's team made it to the AFC Championship. Last year, they went to the Super Bowl. The next step is to win a Super Bowl. Bill Parcells knows all about winning Super Bowls, having won 2 with the Giants. He also knows no matter what happened in Denver, the Pittsburgh Steelers are today's business. Drew Bledsoe will be contending all day with Pittsburgh's zone blitz, but the home crowd will be juiced for the Patriots' first postseason game at home since 1978. Hi, everyone. I'm Greg Gumbel, along with Mike Ditka, Joe Gibbs, and Chris Collinsworth. Ahmad Rashad joins us shortly. If you were with us yesterday at halftime, Mike Ditka had a brief bout of amnesia. Mike?
Well, the only thing I talked about were 3 things, okay? Time of possession. So far, Denver has 28 more seconds. Means rushing the football. 10 carries for 80 yards, 8-yard. And the other thing is, I forgot. But I had 2 out of 3. That ain't bad.
Now, have you remembered just what you were going to say about Jacksonville?
Well, I did. The third one is that I think Mark Brunell is going to make some big plays in the second half of this game, and I think Denver's in big trouble. I think they're probably going to lose the game.
To that.
Sure you did. Sure you did.
Our revisionist maven. Well, let's move on now and talk about the game today. There's plenty more on the incredible Jaguars coming up a bit later, including a live chat with head coach Tom Coughlin. But first, to the Steelers and the Patriots. Unexpectedly, the winner hosts the AFC Championship game next Sunday. The key news concerns the health of Jerome Bettis. For that and a game report, we go to Marv Albert, Sam Weish, and Randy Cross in Foxborough. Marv.
All right, thank you very much, Greg. And first of all, welcome to a fog-hit Foxborough. The story on Jerome Bettis, bothered by that painful groin injury. He will play. The man they call the bus took a cab to Foxborough Stadium, arriving here just before 9 this morning, made his way to the Steelers locker room, took the field at about 10:15 to gingerly test it, and then came out again for a more serious run through later on and said he will play. Sam, can Bettis be effective under these conditions?
Well, he looks better than I thought he would. He's going to play in pain, and it's going to be tougher for him to cut to the left. So I expect him to run more to the left so he can cut back to the right. And the other point is he's got to stay loose on that sideline the entire ball game.
All right, the last time the Steelers and Patriots met, it was December 16th of last season. Drew Bledsoe had his moments through 60 times, 39 for 60, 336 yards. This one of his 3 TD passes, but Pittsburgh with Neil O'Donnell at quarterback came away with a 41-27 victory. Still, Randy, the Steelers are concerned about the explosiveness of Bledsoe, who will be feeling the pressure.
Oh, and rightfully so. It's no mystery here. Drew Bledsoe's the guy that wins or loses this game for the Patriots. And he told us, he said, hey, look, Chad Brown, when they're blitzing, I keep track of Chad Brown. You look at Chad Brown, you look at Marshall Faulk. The key is you got to know who you're blitzing, and you got to stay with that guy. Don't try to do somebody else's job. If you do, that results in a sack.
All right, the weather here in Foxborough. Heavy fog has set in. The forecast calling for fog right throughout, along with rain throughout the day. Now, if this continues, Sam and Randy, I would think this would be the perfect opportunity for you guys to start your play-by-play career today. Let's get back to Greg.
All right, Marv, who knew the Steelers were going to be prepared to play in Transylvania? How do you get ready for a game like that? Let's assume the worst for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Bettis plays, he aggravates the injury. How is life for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mark?
Well, I don't think it's perfect, but I think they'll make an adjustment. I think they'll go with the other running backs. I think they feel the strength of this football team is still the offensive line. They're going to make the holes. It won't be the same without Bettis in there, but I think they'll do very well with the other running backs in there because they have to run the football regardless.
I detect a disagreement on your part.
No, I don't agree at all because I think it impacts both phases of the game. Obviously, they don't run it as well without Jerome Bettis. And also, any semblance of a pass offense that Pittsburgh has had is because teams are playing that 8-man front to stop Jerome Bettis.
All right, Chris. Now, all day long, you folks are going to be hearing about Pittsburgh's zone blitz, zone blitz, zone blitz. What is it, Joe?
Zone blitzes cause confusion. And the reason for it is, Greg, over the years,
when quarterbacks and receivers see a zone blitz or a safety coming, they associate that with man coverage and make an adjustment because of it. We're going to show you an example of that. And when you're going to...
At their own stadium, which is a municipal stadium, where 40,000 fans packed the stands to celebrate one of the biggest playoff upsets in recent memory. 7 weeks ago, the Jaguars were 4-7. Today, they are preparing for the AFC Championship.
We haven't gotten the respect that we've been fighting for, and that we're a young and hungry team, and we haven't been in this situation. People talk about teams being in the playoffs over and over again, but we're young and hungry, and I think that's the most dangerous thing to face.
I've never felt like I feel right now. I mean, we did everything. I mean, the past 17, 18 weeks were for nothing.
I thought we had a better team than what happened. We had the home field advantage. We worked at everything we'd done all year was to get the position where we were, and we didn't take advantage of it. That's a disappointing thing.
Because we're such a young team, because no one expected us to be here, you know, it just makes it that much more special. And also, having come from a 3-6 record to turn things around, it just makes the victories that much sweeter.
A star is born in Mark Brunell. He also ran for 44 yards and made so many big plays. The warm-ups continue in New England. The Patriots and Steelers are getting set to determine Jacksonville's opponent in the AFC Championship game. We'll be back with Tom Coughlin right after these messages.
Carolina does have 11 players who have been to a Super Bowl, 5 who have Super Bowl rings. But, of course, that pales by comparison to Dallas. And, by the way, how about them Cowboys? Amidst this big game comes the latest. This week's alleged sexual assault involving Eric Williams, Michael Irvin, a camera, and a gun. A surreal backdrop. Who better to enter than our Mortimer? Mort?
Well, Boomer, most of the attention was focused this week on the Dallas Cowboys, and again, not for the right reason. And even though the party line from the Cowboys has been that they've handled the distractions pretty well, others on the team have privately told me they're not so sure about that. Now, Eric Williams didn't appear overly stressed out to me last night, but Michael Irvin, he looked like a wary man, so you wonder. You also wonder about whether anybody remembers the Carolina Panthers. They're 8-0 at home, and yet they're underdogs. Not many people are giving them a chance against the 3-time Super Bowl champs.
That's what motivates us, Chris. I'll be honest with you. Nobody besides the guys in our locker room and maybe our families believe we have a chance in this game.
Everybody's made us underdogs almost every game. It don't bother me. It doesn't bother any of us. We believe in each other.
Now, the featured attraction of this game is the Cowboys' offense against the Panthers' defense, and the Cowboys know the importance of picking up that famed zone blitz.
You definitely got to be alert, and in some cases you realize that you're not going to be able to get out in your route. But you know, if I don't get out in a pass route, that's fine as long as I'm there to help Troy get some time to throw the ball downfield.
Also, again, it's going to be important for us to run the football. And, you know, everybody talks about what they've done in the passing game with the sacks from Lamar Lathan and Kevin Green, but a lot of the stuff that they do really disrupts your running game also.
We have to stop the run. We cannot let them run and pass at will. We don't turn the ball over. We establish the run. We stop the run. We're going to win this game.
The Panthers were not without their own distractions this week. Carolina coach Dom Capers suspended pass rush specialist Sean King for the remainder of the playoffs for missing one too many team meetings.
It was one of those situations where, you know, the player involved had been warned. He'd had ample opportunities to not let it happen again, and it happened again.
Discipline is a big part of Capers' style off and on the field. Sterling, the Panthers have played 20 straight games in which they have been penalized less than their opponent.
Well, Mort, nobody's been penalized more on and off the field than the Dallas Cowboys, and that's why this team in the playoffs is looking a lot more like a Troy Aikman-led football team. He's been very vocal about players and coaches getting and doing what they're supposed to do to get this team back to the Super Bowl. But in talking to Dom Capers this week, the one thing he feared was the seam post scheme. And if you can remember, Dallas faced this blitz zone scheme in the Super Bowl last year, and here's what happened. Versus the zone blitz, this is the play that Capers feared the most. It was a touchdown that was called back because of interference by Michael Irvin. But because of that scheme, your corners are hanging outside, and you don't have the underneath help to help out on that seam post. these teams are very unconventional facing each other because Dallas does not throw the football on the inside. Carolina's going to be running their zone blitz scheme, Tommy, and there's not going to be anybody inside for them to cover.
Let's segue for a second to that Panther offense against the Dallas defense. What Dallas is able to do defensively with their two corners, Deion and Kevin Smith, is take away about 18 yards worth of football field width-wise. They make you play on a 35-yard field with 9 guys who can all run. Kerry Collins' job is to loosen that defense up. You're not going to go at Deion. You're going to go at Kevin Smith. Number 1, he tends to hold and grab a lot going down the field. Number 2, he gets called for it a lot. And number 3, he tends to get frustrated by it a lot. His 7 interference calls rank 2nd in the NFL. They're going to try to take advantage of it.
So what? What, 7 over 16 weeks doesn't mean anything. Let me tell you, the two corners of the Dallas Cowboys with Deion Sanders and Kevin Smith on the outside, they take away anything that Carolina wants to do to their wide receivers. You got Mark Carey on one side, you've got Willie Green on the other, Muhsin Muhammad. These guys, I don't think, can beat the corners. Therefore, it becomes an inside game. What I see Dave Campo doing, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys, is going after Kerry Collins. Dallas realizes that they're going to win this football game with their defense. You're not going to have to score a lot of points when you send a lot of people making a lot of plays up front.
Muhammad's size, that they're hoping, I think, Joe, to work him a little bit against Kevin Smith. Just the size factor there, even though no one, he's kind of like an unknown. And Rocket, not going to catch many balls. Go 60 yards down the field. Take Deion with you. Get him out of here. I think that's the plan today. By the way, do you think we'll see Deion returning punts?
I think so.
I think so. Well, still to come. Plenty more on this game. Last week notwithstanding, the Cowboys have had trouble scoring points all year. We'll go inside the numbers to show you what that means. And we'll go back to the Big E with Mortimer.
Watching NBC6.
Two teams, two coaches, each with distinctly different styles. The defending AFC champion Steelers make no secret of their intentions. They come right at you with or without the ball. Pittsburgh's in-your-face style mirrors Bill Cowher's coaching intensity.
Good job, baby.
New England's formula for success involves going to the air early and often. Having one of the NFL's most prolific passing attacks belies Bill Parcells' conservative reputation, but the results have been to his liking. Two teams, two coaches, one common goal, moving one step closer to the Super Bowl. Crowd, better than 60,000 turning out in Foxborough, still immersed in fog, although it shows signs of lifting. This is the first playoff game at home in New England since 1978, when the Patriots were beaten by the Houston Oilers. This afternoon, they are looking for a different outcome as the Pittsburgh Steelers take on the New England Patriots, the winner, to face surprising Jacksonville in the AFC Championship game next Sunday. Today, a major test for Drew Bledsoe. Has had a career season, but still must prove that he can win the big game. Linebacker Chad Brown and that superb Steeler defensive unit will be coming at Bledsoe right throughout the day. It figures to be a Pittsburgh Blitz festival. And we welcome you. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, along with Randy Cross and Sam Weish. As we reported earlier on the pregame show, Jerome Bettis, despite that painful groin injury, will play. Although, Sam, he is still hurting. And I would think that means more of Cordell Stewart in the game plan today.
Well, Mike Tomczak will start at quarterback, but Cordell Stewart took more practice snaps at quarterback than he has all this year.
My guess is, though, that Bill Cowher says it will be a feel thing. There's no real plan, but the less you see of Bettis, the more you're going to see of Cordell Stewart.
And make no mistake, it's not a quarterback controversy in this deal. Neither quarterback's really good enough at this point to execute the whole plan of coordinator Chan Gailey, so they need everybody doing their job at the quarterback position.
And guys, the only other playoff appearance in the career of Drew Bledsoe 2 years ago against the Browns. Patriots lost to the Cleveland Browns, and Bledsoe threw a couple of key interceptions, killer interceptions in that second half.
Well, you know, it was only his second year in the league. Bill Parcells takes some of the responsibility for that. Put in a few wrinkles, maybe overloaded him a little bit. But Drew Bledsoe is a much more mature quarterback this year.
Wait a minute. Let's talk about the invisible men, the Patriots defense. This defense got hammered by Denver earlier in the year. Since then, this defense has really stepped up, specifically against the defending world champion Cowboys a few weeks ago. 5 times in the red zone. They pick 1 pass off, only 4 field goals, 12 points. That's the kind of performance they need today from the Patriots defense.
All right, this crowd is ready. Coming up, the New England Patriots and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Rod Woodson taking a private moment. He would love to get back to the Super Bowl. The winner today advancing to the AFC Championship game against Jacksonville.
At least he had to cut to the right. That'll be a little easier for him today.
Jerome Bettis sat out practice all week due to that groin pull. Worked it early this morning here at the stadium. Said he was ready. And Tomczak incomplete. Intended for Jaheen Arnold. Now here on the first series, Mike Tomczak going to a couple of unlikely receivers. The tight end Jonathan Hayes, who caught only 2 passes during the regular season, and Jaheen Arnold has been in the game plan in recent weeks.
And importantly, too, for the Patriots defense, watch the hit Tomczak takes at the end. That's Chris Slade, the linebacker, gets in there and puts a little pounding on the quarterback. That is what the Patriots defense needs.
Josh Miller back to punt, and it could be an adventure for the punt returners. Dave Meggett is back at his 35 and able to handle it. Works his way to the 44-yard line. A 42-yard punt and a 5-yard return. Randy Fuller on the stop. So here are the Patriots to the offense for the first time. This is only his 3rd lifetime appearance against Pittsburgh. Earlier we made mention of the 60 passes thrown last year in that 41-27 defeat. A look at the offensive line. Chris Armstrong, once again a Pro Bowler. Roberts, Woolabaugh, Rucci, and Lane up front. The running backs, Curtis Martin making it to the Pro Bowl for the 2nd straight year. Keith Byers, who will be so important in the blitz pickup, playing for the injured Sam Gash. And Bledsoe to put it up and goes deep on 1st down. Terry Glenn sets up a 1st and goal on a 52-yard hookup. They go right at Rod Woodson.
Play action fake, and they're going to throw the ball deep before Pittsburgh has a chance to do any zone blitzing. Gets the ball off quick. Terry Glenn, with his speed down the sideline, just outruns the coverage.
And Sam, they came out in the 3-4 defense. There was no blitz, and there was no pressure on Bledsoe. You better get in that big guy's face, or he is going to kill you with this young receiver out of Ohio State.
And Bledsoe had been saying throughout the week that Woodson gambles, and they would look to go at him. All right, 1st and goal. Here's Curtis Martin, touchdown. Well, Curtis Martin, who ran for 17 touchdowns during the regular season, a New England franchise record, able to cap off a 2-play drive.
Well, from the Steelers' perspective, the wrong offensive line comes out doing their job early. Good pass protection on the first play, Sam, and they just drilled them on that run.
Hey, Todd Rucci, Max Lane, and then William Roberts pulling up in the hole. Easy touchdown run that time for Curtis Martin.
And this is Adam Vinatieri. 7-0 New England. A 53-yard completion from Bledsoe to Glenn to get it going. That's the longest completion from Bledsoe ever to a wide receiver.
You by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By the new Dodge, it's about change. by Pizza Hut, making it great again and again. And by American Express. Help support the American Express Charge Against Hunger program.
3 minutes and 2 seconds in, and Drew Bledsoe has led the Patriots in 2 plays to a touchdown against the team that allows only 16 points per game. A muff by Arnold, picked up by Mills. And Mills is well covered. The Steelers come in as the AFC's best team defensively.
Now look at the vanilla defense up front. Look at the front 7. You rarely see the Pittsburgh Steelers in that position. Are they getting pressure? Not even near it. They step right up to the throw, right easy to Glenn.
On this touchdown, now watch Roberts right here is going to pull to the right. The tight end blocks down. Wide open hole for 3 or 4 yards.
And Curtis Martin has scored a touchdown in his last 14 games, in each of the last 14 here in Foxborough. Steelers start out from their 19-yard line. Bettis driven back. Mark Wheeler, the left defensive tackle, leading that charge. A man who certainly has had experience under foggy conditions, as mentioned earlier, Jim Gray. Let's go to Jim.
All right, thank you, Marv. Well, Bernie Kukar, after the touchdown, went over to both benches, informed both coaches and the quarterbacks that if they could not see the 25 or 40-second clock, that they should look over to the head linesman, and with 10 seconds left, he will lift his hand so as to know when the play clock was winding down. Marv?
All right, thanks, Jim. 2nd down and 10 for the Steelers. Tomczak with the time and completes to the tight end, Kurt Botkin, who was tackled by Chris Slade. Kurt Botkin, a man who spent some time with both New England and New Orleans and has become more of a factor in recent weeks in the passing game.
He's more of the receiver tight end for them. They'll play John Farquhar as well, but he's more of the blocker, and you can see why he's a receiver. Not only does he catch well, but he's got good speed down the field.
And Bill Cowher was very honest with us last night. He said, hey, look, we found this guy. We brought him in here really to long snap, not to catch balls. We found out he's pretty fast.
And Cordell Stewart has checked in for the first time. He is often used in short yardage situations, although it was told to us last night as Stewart calls for time that he may also be used in ordinary quarterback type scenarios. Timeout taken. We'll be right back.
It has the most.
Back in Foxborough as we resume with the 3rd down and 1. Jerome Bettis to the sideline, and the Steelers now going with the running back combination of Tim Lester. He's the fullback, and John Whitman, number 38, a rookie from Penn State, 3rd-round draft pick. The coaches pleasantly surprised with Whitman as a runner and receiver, and got into it last week against the Indianapolis Colts. Played well. 3rd and 1. Cordell Stewart off the roll. Couldn't find the opening, and he's stopped for a loss by Todd Collins.
And Marv, this is exactly what the Patriots talked about the other day. We've seen options in college. You've got to cut off the lead guy, and then you've got to attack the quarterback. Don't let him stand there free. The Colts had a hard time handling this, and they attacked the quarterback.
You saw Willie Clay making sure he couldn't go outside. Todd Collins coming inside out. There was nowhere to go there.
Josh Miller punting from his 11. Dave Meggett is back. And here's Meggett to the 35, to the 40-yard line. Fred McAvey, the captain of the Steelers special teams, on the tackle. 46-yard punt and 11-yard return. And there is Todd Collins, who made that last tackle on Cordell Stewart. He's been starting for Monty Brown, out for the season with an Achilles tendon injury.
Well, perfect. Just like Sam said, you see Collins, you see Clay. I mean, that is how you defense the option.
And if you notice, Todd Collins was just skating along the line of scrimmage with his shoulder squared. No way to cut back either.
And it's something Stewart's not used to seeing.
5 minutes gone by in the first. Play action. Bledsoe able to rifle it and completes. Terry Glenn with his 2nd reception. This one for 12. A tackle by Rod Woodson. Look at the Steeler defensive unit up front. Bill Johnson for the Injured Brinston Buckner, Joel Steed, Kevin Henry. The linebackers have played well. Gilden, Pro Bowler Kirkland, Olszewski, Chad Brown making it to the Pro Bowl for the first time. And in the secondary, Woodson and Williams. At the corners, and Lake and Perry are the safeties. And a first down for New England. Bledsoe. This time short range. Curtis Martin to the sideline and bumped out inside the 40. Picked up 7. Jason Gilden on the coverage.
Randy, I'm a little surprised at the defensive strategy of Pittsburgh early in this ballgame. Again, no blitz, just there are 4 people up front giving a little bit of pressure, but nothing behind that causing any trouble for Bledsoe.
Well, the what you expect to see out of the Pittsburgh defense is swagger and pressure. And you're not seeing either of them out of that defense. That's exactly what Parcells wants.
Bledsoe 3 of 3 for 71 yards. Curtis Martin has the first down and more. Levon Kirkland and Jason Gilden making the stop on Martin.
Well, watch what happens just inside the guard area here, and then the cutback. If you want to get a swagger out of a defense, especially a physical defense, go at their heart. Hit them in the belly. Give them a body shot.
Only thing they didn't do there was cut off the backside. Jason Gilden there to make the saving tackle.
Curtis Martin, a native of Pittsburgh, 120-yard game last December in his only appearance against the team that he followed as a kid. Bledsoe getting the time. Keith Byers picks up a blocker. Keith Byers able to run it in 34 yards, and the Patriots off to a 13-0 lead.
And this is the screen play. After talking to a lot of the players, we had an idea that they favored this one coming into this ball game. Good setup, looks down the field and hold everybody off. Keith Byers, an excellent receiver, and the screen to the right is good for a touchdown right off the bat in the first quarter.
Guys, 3 weeks ago, they ran a lot of those against the Cowboys because they were anticipating blitz and pressure. You saw Bledsoe. He almost had to oversell his drop because there was no pressure on the quarterback.
Well, Bill Parcells telling us the other day after practice that he has 5 or 6 screen plays prepared for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Adam Vinatieri makes it 14-0 New England. Usually they go with 2 or 3 screens, but he said he'd have a little twist for the Steelers, and this is what he was talking about. Byers for 34 yards on the touchdown. The New England Patriots have had 6 plays offensively, and they already have 14 points. We still have 7:55 remaining in this first quarter as Adam Vinatieri gets set to kick it off to Ernie Mills and Jaheen Arnold. This is Mills out across the 25-yard line again. Excellent coverage by the Patriots, led by backup running back Mario Greer. There you see those 2 possessions. The long pass, the 53-yarder to Glenn, set up the first. And here's a look at the second.
Second touchdown was a screen play. The linebackers dropped straight back into coverage. The offensive linemen now are going to break out here in just a minute. The quarterback has to sell one thing. He's got to make sure that he looks straight down the field and then lays the ball off. The linebackers are so deep that the line has a chance to get the angle.
And some great blocks downfield on that safety and the corner.
Pittsburgh starting out from the 26-yard line, putting the pressure on, and the pass intended for Charles Johnson. Chris Slade coming strong on Mike Tomczak. Keith Byers congratulated by head coach Bill Parcells, executing that screen for the touchdown.
And Marv, on that last play, you mentioned it, Tomczak got a facial massage from Slade. The second time they're getting the shots on Tomczak. Remember, this is not a great passing Pittsburgh team.
2nd and 10. Back to the ground. Jerome Bettis found an opening, could not accelerate. Willie McGinnis was right there to cut him off.
Chris Slade came almost untouched, much like the Pittsburgh Steelers were doing last week. But right here, you see him coming in there. He's all the way around the corner. Kurt Botkin didn't lay a hand on him.
And this Steeler team really needs Jerome Bettis. He's one play away from being out with that bad groin. In fact, I don't know if he's going to get hurt worse by running or getting somebody grabbing the leg and making a wish.
Randy, in fact, Bettis is on the sideline now, replaced by Fred McAfee. Tomczak in trouble and running for the first down, able to slide his way out near the 45-yard line. That's an advance of 12, met by Chris Slade.
Chris Slade came to play today, guys. I mean, here's a guy that's been alternating back and forth with Saab there at outside linebacker. He gets the start and comes all the way from the left side of the screen, gets driven around, and then chases it down from behind.
Justin Strzelczyk tried to cut him that time. That's fine, except you better throw the ball on time if you're going to have your tackles cutting the defensive pass rush.
Johnson left, Hastings right, Bettis, and he's stopped behind the line by Todd Collins. Patriots doing a terrific job here on the early going against Jerome Bettis.
And guess where it comes from, Marv? Chris Slade absolutely blows up the attempted lead block on that play. I mean, this is a nice play. You talk about how do you do it with your shoulder position. Outside shoulder blows right through Lester. I mean, that is football.
You've got to force Bettis to have to make quick cuts in the backfield if you want to wear that injury out, take him out of the ballgame.
2nd and 9. Just under 6 minutes remaining, first quarter. And a flag is thrown as Tomczak throws it away.
That's thrown where they throw holding penalties. The referee threw it from the offensive right side.
Yeah, right. Always picking on the poor linemen, even coaches, huh?
Holding. Number 68 on the offense. Penalty is declined. 3rd down.
That's the right guard, Brendan Sty, 3rd-round draft pick last year out of Nebraska.
You like those double circles?
That's
I
good.
kind of like this toy.
See, we've got 2 telestrators up here, and if I move faster, I get the first circle.
2 telestrators and 1 tackle. Brendan Sty, that's a good tackle.
And I must point out, at this stretch of the broadcast, Randy's showing more quickness, Sam.
Okay.
It'll be a 3rd down and 9. They wanted to reset the play clock. Patriots with a 14-0 lead on the Steelers. Oh, Tomczak got popped. He was walloped. The pass intended for Charles Johnson.
Right up here, you're going to see the blitz coming up in the corner. It's going to be a little stunt. He comes back inside. Nobody gets to him. They're 1 man short, blocking to the left side.
Yeah, McAfee had to make a decision. He saw 2 bodies, and he got the first one that came to him.
Jerome Henderson, who's played very well as of late, able to get to Mike Tomczak, and another punt by Miller. Back comes Meggett. A short return, 47-yard punt by Josh Miller. We have 5:22 remaining in this first quarter.